Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hacking HR March Summit themed HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit. I'm Sneha, Chief Event Strategist at Hacking HR, and I'm so glad you're here with us today. Before we get started, please do drop a message in the chat and let us know where you're coming from. And it's always amazing to see how global this community truly is. As a quick reminder about the participation, if you're joining us with a premium or premium plus hacking HR account, you are eligible to earn a certification of completion, a creditly badge, and a HR recertification credits. So, if you're joining us with a free Hacking HR account, you will still receive a certificate of completion for attending. Please do grab it. And this summit also connects directly to our upcoming live 9 week certification program on people work and HR technology strategist. The certification will dive deeper into the themes we are exploring today, equipping HR leaders to align technology strategy with people strategy and confidently how to lead digital transformation. So it will be coming up soon. Please keep your eyes out for more details on our website. We're sharing the link to the event page, live stream page, and main access page in this chat here. If you're watching from LinkedIn or any other platform, please do switch over using that link so you don't miss any part of today's sessions. Please do have an eye out on the chat. And throughout the summit, stay active, share your reflections, questions, and insights. And also, if you do have any questions that you'd wanted to lead to the panelists. And most importantly, I would love to thank our event sponsors, Spark Hire and iSpring. Thank you for supporting this global learning experience and helping us making today possible. And throughout today's sessions, we are going to explore amazing topics. And this summit is not just about HR, it's all about augmenting its capabilities to drive real organizational and people success. So, with that, I would get started and jumping on to our first session. It is on HR technology strategy, aligning digital investments with business and people priorities. I would love to welcome our speakers, Petronilla, Adam, Phil, Tracy, Anuj. And before that, I would also love to introduce our moderator, Noel. Hello, amazing people. It's been a very long time since I've seen a few familiar faces on the screen. So it's so good to see again, everyone. Thank you so much all for being here. And I will pass on the floor to Noel.
Hi, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the first panel of the day. So I hope that we set the stage and get you all excited about all of the great content that's going to come for the rest of the week. As Sneha mentioned, my name's Noelle Linden. I am the founder and CEO of Illuminous, and I'm joined by just some fabulous panelists today that are going to bring a lot of different perspectives to our particular topic. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about making decisions with your HR technology strategy, especially in today's day and age where it feels like we've got a new update every single day on something that's happening within AI. How are you making decisions today that are solving some of the problems that you're navigating, but then also are thinking about how they're going to continue to help you solve and move further down your roadmap? So I'm really excited about this conversation, these panelists. For those of you that are listening in, feel free to put in the comments where you're calling in from. Always love these events because we have so many different perspectives from around the globe. And then also, just as we're going through, we're never going to be able to cover all that we want to cover in this topic. It's a meaty one, but make sure that you add in some of your questions along the way if there are particular things that you want us to dive into. Without further ado, what I want to do is go ahead and introduce our panelists so that you understand a little bit more about where they're calling in from and some of the things that they're navigating within their organization. So, esteemed panelist here, if you would tell us a little bit about you all, your role, some of maybe the decisions you're making around some of the things you're solving and on the technology side right now. Let's go ahead and get kicked off, and then we can get further into our questions. I'm going to popcorn us to keep everybody on their toes here. So maybe Dr. Tracy Brower, let's kick off with you. Tell us a little bit more about you.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it, you all. Thanks for the opportunity. So, my name's Tracy Brower. I'm the Vice President of Workplace Insights for Steelcase. My PhD is in the sociology of work, so how we affect our work, how it affects us. I'm a senior contributor with Forbes and Fast Company, and I've written 3 books. The brand new book is coming out March 10, called Critical Connections. I have been in HR and side by side in HR for a couple of decades and have been researching deeply AI. I am not an IT expert, but I absolutely am researching deeply how AI is shifting our work, how it is shifting our HR function, how it is shifting the way we understand our value to the organization. So looking forward to our conversation.
Don't everybody jump in at once. Maybe Adam, let's have you go next and then choose our next person on the other side of you.
All righty. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to some of you, I guess. It's great to be here today with this accomplished panel. My name is Adam Hopewell. I'm based in Washington, D.C. Over the last 25 years, I've had the joy and privilege to live in over 10 countries now, leading HR and talent for multi-billion-dollar multinationals in India, China, across the Middle East. For the last 10 years, I've been based here in the US. I've been scaling high-growth tech firms in insurtech, fintech, and applied AI. Most recently serving for 5 years as the global head of HR and talent for the company Behavivox, which is AI tech and transformation frontlines, as it serves over 40 of the world's leading financial institutions with AI regulatory compliance. Across those environments, one theme to me has been consistent, and that's that technology tends to scale faster than capability, or at least clarity on capability. And so increasingly what we call HR tech strategy is really part of enterprise strategy, because these are the investment decisions that shape how business actually executes. Really looking forward to exploring and unpacking that more in today's session. Oh, and I have to choose. I'll bounce the ball to Phil.
Thanks, Adam. Hey, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Phil Strazula. I'm the founder and head of people at Select Software Reviews. I got into the HR space doing fractional work. My biggest claim to fame is helping a company scale from 300 to 3,000 employees in about 15 months. I've bought millions of dollars of HR tech, made some good decisions, some bad decisions. And at SSR today, our North Star is to help companies find and buy the right technology. We help 100,000 companies a month that use our reviews, as well as folks that use our free advisory service. You can talk to a team member at SSR for free and ask them questions like, what HRIS should I use? What ATS should I use? All this stuff to help you navigate the complex landscape. And in 1 second, I'll put my LinkedIn into the chat. But Petronilla, why don't you go ahead?
That came so fast. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from Kenya. It's evening in Kenya. My name is Petronilla and I am based in Sarova Hotels. I am not an IT expert, but I'm a curious human. And that's why I'm here today to talk about how I am solving my problem today and how I am just scaling. Yeah, and happy to share this. So I like to call myself a people professional, and currently I'm in the development space, and I'm a personal and career and leadership coach. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's dive in. Yeah. I pass it over to Anjay.
Thank you.
Anuj.
Good morning, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Anuj Kathuria. I'm dialing in from Mumbai, India. I have spent the last 2 decades leading HR technology transformations across geographies, across industries. Currently, I am the managing partner and director for a firm called Essendra. Essendra works, it typically is an enterprise architecture consulting firm that integrates AI-enabled operating models into governance and decision frameworks for different organizations. And across my close to 2.5 decades of experience, I've learned something very fundamental time and again after failing, and yet failing, is that technology can never fix a structural weakness. It'll only expose it. So when we talk about today HR technology, the focus that I bring on is about structural integrity. For if your data or if your systems are fragmented, you are just adding to chaos. You are just modernizing your mess. That's a bit about me. Looking forward to this conversation. Thank you.
As you all can see, we've got some great panelists here that are making some of these decisions for their organizations. Some organizations that are helping others make decisions around buying technology, and then thinking about, is your data foundation, is your tech stack ready for some of these decisions as well? So really glad that we're bringing all of these pieces of the puzzle together. I myself have been a buyer of technology. I've been a partner to HR technology organizations. And currently, we have a technology that's helping around people analytics and oftentimes helping to plug into these HR tech stacks. And so I'm really excited to dive into the meat of the conversation. So as we're thinking about your HR technology strategy, what I'd love to do is kind of go around and hear how you all are thinking about your HR tech roadmap and how are you tying that to measurable business outcomes. That way, you're not just looking at, system upgrades and feature adoption. This is really a moment where we're talking a lot about the impact that technology can have on your organizations. How are you connecting the dots there? How are you thinking about, taking advantage of this moment to really drive measurable impact for the organization? I'm just going to put the question out there and you all jump in, build off of each other. Don't feel like you've got to go in order here. Would love to hear your thoughts.
I'll take a stab at it because I've been talking about this, business outcomes thing for quite some time. And I think that realistically, if you're doing anything in an organization, it should have something that hits the income statement, whether it's revenue, COGS, gross profit, SG&A, or ultimately EBITDA. And I think it's hard sometimes to tie back what we're doing in HR and HR technology to those numbers. The good news is something like Claude or ChatGPT can help you. Somebody in your organization that has an MBA or works in the FP&A team can help you. But if you think about, we're buying a new ATS, it's like awesome. That decreases time to fill. That means we get that salesperson in their seat 10 days earlier. Their average revenue per day is $2,000. That's $20,000. And maybe we're hiring 10 salespeople. That's $200,000 relative to a $20,000 ATS. Boom, that's your ROI. Increasing retention, decreasing cost per hire. Like all these things have really, really meaningful impacts, even to this sort of like cold-hearted CFO who only lives in a spreadsheet and only cares about an income statement. And so what I would recommend is follow your gut in terms of, it's been proven your gut is actually like highly analytical in terms of like what we have to do and what everybody knows is a pain point. Clearly define it, get your internal stakeholder buy-in. There's lots of stuff on the internet about how do you actually do that effectively, but then make sure that you have something actually in a spreadsheet that you can pitch to your CFO and then look at 18 months post-implementation and see where was I right, where was I wrong, how do I become a better allocator of capital?
Couldn't agree more with you, Phil. I'll just say something to add something to what you said. Unfortunately, but truly, in most organizations, HR tech conversations start with a vendor demo of which tools do we need to get in the organization. Rather, it needs to start with a balance sheet conversation. Like you rightly said, if I, being a HR leader, am unable to articulate how a specific system, a platform, or a tool will help improve the organization's EBITDA, revenue velocity, margin resilience, or risk exposure, it's just not required. That means we don't know what we really want. So, in my previous organizations and even for the clients whom I advise, We anchor every tech investment to three business levers. Number one, like you rightly said, is revenue acceleration. Uh, does that specific technology help improve time to productivity or help improve sales capability? If not, whatever the levers are for the revenue accelerator category, if nothing befits, thank you very much, garbage can. Number two, cost optimization. Whatever tool, platform, technology I'm getting in, is it helping me optimize the organizational cost by virtue of either automation or spans and layers efficiencies or workforce mix? If even that answer is no, again, it goes in the garbage can. Last and most important, which is one of the most ignored ones, is the governance layer. Whatever am I getting right now, is my organization prepared for it? Culturally, behaviorally, am I ready for that? If not, then I think it's the wrong head start in the very beginning. So the first question I typically ask or advise my people to ask is, your HR tech needs to sit inside the enterprise strategy review, not outside it, not in HR steering committees. If it is not speaking the business language, if it is not impacting any of the organizational health matrix, it is not required. You don't have a roadmap yet. And the roadmap can only be formulated if you have a foundational spine, a capability accelerator, and experimental edge. Without that, it's just noise.
I'd like to add in to what Anita said. And in terms of, I'll give you a small story about a hotel. In a hotel, when you're checking in, we'll tell you, giving you a sea-facing room, we'll give you whatever type of room, a garden-facing room. So we're telling you features. Again, noise. What is the value that is attributed to all these things? So when you're talking value, and that's what Anuj is actually saying, is it value or is it features? So are you selling the noise, or are you looking at the actual benefit that you're gonna get by in the roadmap, in the AI roadmap that you have? What technology, what problem are you solving for, as opposed to all the beautiful things that you may want to see in your business, but what is the actual problem that you're solving for? And I like the way you've divided it in the three categories. Yeah.
I think we both came off mute at the same time there. I'll go first then, if that's okay. Totally reinforce what Gentle Focus said so far. Tying this to financial metrics, tying this to business outcomes is absolutely the priority. If we just look at some of the consultant type data on this, like in 2024, McKinsey said that only 16% odd of digital transformations improve both performance and sustain the gains. So for me, the initial shift really is a mental model shift. And it's a shift from moving the question from being what technology should we invest in and implement, and moving it to what organizational capability must we reliably deliver to our most important stakeholders. It's a really simple question, but it takes a lot of depth and exploration to get under the skin and really prioritize and define that accurately. When you frame investment at capability level, technology becomes the means rather than the driver. And I think that's what we're all saying here, is that it's not all just about getting the shiny new toy in place. It's about figuring out first what really will impact your business and what are the priorities of the business. And with AI technology, we've got to assess the right combination of human judgment, workflow design, data architecture, data intelligence to consistently produce the outcomes that matter most. In my experience, just at the boardroom, that reframing alone eliminates a large percentage of misalignments.
Yeah, I think it's all about the starting point, right? Like instead of starting with HR pain points or starting with, gee whiz, how can we make HR more efficient? I think we absolutely have to start with the business drivers and the strategic business outcomes that we're looking for. That's one. And then I think what we really need to do, we know absolutely the organizations we work with who do this most effectively are thinking about a logic train. If we implement an AI scheduling resource, in what ways does that reduce the time that managers need to spend and therefore increase productivity or increase their ability to lead effectively and engage others? We need to be thinking about the real metrics that matter to the business. So, for example, what's our revenue per employee, or what's our regret attrition? I love that language, right? In what ways are we, have we made hiring decisions that maybe weren't the best, or in what ways can we measure internal mobility? So those are some of the overall considerations, so that we really begin with the business drivers in mind. And then I think we need to think about the processes for measurement as well, so that we're aligned, so we stay aligned. We need to measure need to measure during, we need to measure post. And then I think it's absolutely critical that those metrics are super transparent, super available, super accessible to the business, so we can continuously improve. Because the point isn't to have a static system. The point is to have an opportunity for continuous improvement. And we know things are moving so fast with AI and tech that that ability to be transparent, to understand how we're really shaped and helped by AI, and then where we need to go next, is critical to staying in alignment with those business drivers.
I love that. And I love how all of you, I think, really built on this answer together of starting with what are we trying to solve for the business? What is the problem that we're solving? That's where we're starting when we're making these technology decisions. And then I think, especially with what Anuj was sharing of, hey, here's a couple of different questions that I'm asking myself to say, like, how do I make the business case for this particular technology? And Phil, I know you're hearing a lot on like the decision layer, frankly, on how people are making those decisions as well. And so it's kind of funny. We kind of like worked backwards here in this conversation, but that was great. I'm curious. I think we're sitting in this real tension right now where on one hand, we've got all of these AI technologies that, I mean, it's wild to see what can be delivered right now with AI, on onboarding roadmaps and really being able to automate a lot of those processes. It's moving really fast. I'm not sure if you're actually feeling, especially Adam, Dr. Tracy Petronilla, if you're feeling like you're getting the support and resources and budgets to meet and take advantage of the AI that's happening within the marketplace. I remember back in COVID when we were helping CHROs make a lot of decisions about HR technology. At that particular time, we were in a cost optimization environment where it was a cost optimization. Everything was, zero-based budgeting. How do we start from scratch? But at the same time, it was such a tough point in the market that CFOs were saying, if you are not increasing revenue, we cannot make that decision. I'm curious about which of these, Anuj put out 3 questions around revenue, cost optimization. What's actually working within putting together business cases? Like, what are your CFOs pressuring you on? What's actually getting something over the line right now? And like, give us the reality of sitting in this tension of, we got all this stuff available that's helping us to go faster and cheaper, but are you getting that support? Do you feel like you've got the authority, or has that shifted? I know that's a lot, but I just really want to dive in on like the reality of where we are before we continue on some of these questions.
Yeah,
How do
I can jump in. We are doing some really amazing work around experimenting and trying and testing and proving. And that is happening across the business. So we have, I think there's always this balance point. Like we want to make the right investments of time and energy and budget, and we need to be decisive and careful that those are right. And I think AI is so new and it's changing so fast. We have got to be experimenting. We have got to be trying, and we've got to be trying in a lot of different places. We work with a fair number of customers who say everybody's required to use AI. And then there are very few guardrails and very few clear expectations and very few guidelines in terms of what that looks like. And that's kind of like launch and abandon, right? Empower and abandon, which is disempowering ultimately. I think one of the things that we're doing that's very, very cool is we're thinking about different layers of AI, whether AI is helping people do their work internally, whether it's helping from the standpoint of marketing or external views, whether it's helping from the standpoint of operationalizing, whether it's helping from the standpoint of the candidate experience or the customer experience. So layering is one. Another is that what we've done is really looked for representatives embedded within the business who are experts at their core competence, and then partnering with them are IT experts. So they're, working side by side to test and try and learn. And then building in communities of practice where we're sharing and talking about what's working and talking about what's not. So I think those are really, really important ways to kind of empower. But then we also, from those experiments, we have the business cases to be made in terms of where things can go. And our senior leadership team is involved in all of those business case decisions. We've got IT experts who are, again, working side by side to create business cases. And a lot of times we're thinking not just about the employee experience, but obviously about the impact on brand and the market and penetration and all of that kind of thing. So that layered approach is a very big deal for us.
I think if I can jump in at this point, then I think historically, I always enjoy working with CFOs. I think that especially when you're trying to get alignment there and budget access and defense stability across the organization, like having a really strong partnership and being able to speak the same language is crucial. And the one metric that I've found most successful historically has been something I would call return on talent investment, or ROTI, which is where we look at essentially the primary business metric that's the organization is focusing on. In a lot of the organizations I've worked with recently, that's like ARR. So we're looking for annual recurring revenue. And then we're going to divide that essentially by the entire human capital cost of the organization. So that's all the salaries, all the benefits, all the total cost of employee. And we're also going to add into that number the entirety of the HR tech stack and the entirety of the HR and talent function. And then we're going to get a number that comes out of that, which is a divided number, which shows for every dollar that you're investing in human capability, how much are you returning in your primary business metric. Now, this tends to be a dynamic metric. A snapshot doesn't necessarily tell you whether it's good or not, but the trajectory of that tells you whether you're investing wisely overall. And when you can come to a CFO and show that you've basically, together, you've been able to support the growth of that metric, like you've increased from $2 to $2.50, for example, for every dollar you're spending on human capital, then you start to buy the trust with that individual that's necessary to do those kind of experiments that Dr. Tracy was just talking about. That buys you the capability and the understanding from them in order to be able to use your sandbox to play a little. So I think that, having that conversation, setting that framework, maybe ROTI is not right for every discussion, but discussing with the senior leadership to find out what is that right metric that will give you the ability to make to play in the playground more. So I think that's a really valuable way to position it.
I have a different take on this altogether. I mean, pardon, but it's always my experience that I have had. See, there are two parts to this problem. It's not about implementing AI tools, AI technologies, and not about calculating the worth of it. That's secondary. The first question is, are we able to get the right support from the management? And in my experience, what I've seen, yes, people struggle and struggle royally because we are not able to translate the people issue to business outcome to a financial consequence. And then, so for example, I mean, we were speaking about getting an AI tool that can perhaps, screen multiple of resumes and help somebody reduce the time to select a candidate. Great. It's a brilliant tool implemented in thousands of organizations across the world. You will go back to the CFO and the CEO and tell him, okay, fine, we got a tool implemented. We used to take 2 days to scan maybe 100 CVs. Now it gets done in 2 seconds. Brilliant. I spent money on that. What is the end outcome? Nada. Why? Did we actually go ahead and change the business operating model? No. That still stays the same. See, implementing technology is very simple. Any organization who has money, good IT people, good finance, good HR, they will go and scan 20 different vendors, create their sheets, and get technology implemented. The problem we as HR face is we are not able to complete the cycle. If we implement, let's say AI to create learning roadmaps, AI to screen people, AI to do sentiment analysis, AI to create compensation stuff, and also help us make workforce plans. Great. That means 5 of my people who were spending 40 hours a week doing this job, today they are spending 20 hours or less doing that job. What happens to those 20 hours? Did I actually upskill these people? The answer is no. So yes, a tool will get implemented. It'll work fine for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Some new technology comes up, and then we go back again. Oh, something new has come up. Let's try that now. And that's there because we are not looking at an ecosystem mindset. At least I have seen that in many organizations across the globe. It's as simple. If you have a high attrition in the organization, can you link it to a business outcome, which is delivery delays, which is linking it to a financial consequence, revenue risk? So I think what we need to ask is, what does this cost us if we don't act on this technology? And what, one of my co-panelists, Adam, said, what value does this unlock if we do? What risk does this reduce? And in the end, the most important question, how does this change our organization's ways of working? How does it impact our operating model in the longer run? Unless we answer that, we'll be stuck in this loop. It's not about efficiency, it's about business effectiveness. And you can't do one over the other. That was my point.
I think it's a great point of news. I think the answer for me is that person's extra 20 hours a week is like all the stuff you wish you could get to, and now you have the capacity to, and probably a lot of that is like higher level work, right? So Claude just released Claude HR, and one of the things that's built in is onboarding, which I think Tracy referenced. And it's like, all right, if I don't have to do 40 manual tasks every time employee is onboarded, now I get to spend more time thinking about our employer brand, which increases our ability to attract and retain talent, or revamp our benefits program to make it more attractive to an equitable base of potential hires, et cetera. And so I think for me, like you make a really good point. It's just for me also like the answer is fairly clear that you're not going to lose that person. So therefore, like it doesn't decrease your costs in the short term, but it probably means you don't have to hire as much in the future. At scale, these larger organizations are losing people, which is a whole nother topic. But also I would imagine that over time it has an ROI. The thing that also came to mind, Tracy, you were talking about, running these experiments, and sorry to disagree with you, but I think that for me, I almost want to be like not an early adopter on a lot of these AI technologies. And I have been, and maybe that's why I'm biased. And ChatGPT told me I'm a 0.1% user for them, 99.9th percentile when it did the, your 2025 year wrap thing. So like maybe, the people I hang out with are the 99.99 or something like that. And I think I'm a laggard, but we built tools that, that it wasn't ready for. We spent time on that. And I think that especially with the compliance risk around hiring, promotions, compensation, and even ruining the employee experience with something like an AI messing up onboarding, I'd much rather stick with automation than AI and allow other companies to figure this stuff out, because we're not in sales and marketing where it's like a knife fight every single day with our competition. We can be a little bit slower and more methodical, I think, in talent in HR and talent acquisition. And so I don't want to be, an eightfold customer getting sued for discrimination or, part of like the Workday lawsuit or something like that. I'd much rather allow other people to battle test this stuff and then go with the stuff that's like, yeah, I know this is going to work. Especially where I think most HR teams, probably 85% plus that we talk to, are not leveraging even their current technology appropriately, let alone it's like they've got a Toyota. They don't know how to drive the Toyota. Don't get a Ferrari. You're going to kill yourself.
Yeah, I guess I would say
I
the
will add.
caveat
Okay.
for me is that when we're experimenting, we're not going all the way down the highway to the end game, number one. Number two, we're experimenting with projects that are low risk, not high risk. I mean, we think about the system from an agile standpoint, right? We're sprinting, we're doing short bursts of experiment versus deciding that we're going to design the whole system. It's kind of like if you leave on an airplane from LA and you're 1 degree off, you'll land in New York City instead of Washington, D.C. But if you check in short, quick bursts and sprints over time, you make sure that your course is set appropriately. So that's one. I think the other thing is that there's where we're thinking about experimenting, we think about both what's the likelihood of a problem occurring and what's the severity of that problem occurring. And when we're experimenting, we're clearly not experimenting at that high level of high likelihood and high severity in terms of choosing the wrong candidates or having the wrong candidate experience. But if we're experimenting in an agile kind of way over time, if we're experimenting with low risk opportunities, that makes us all much more capable, makes us all much more competent and much more flexible in how we use the system. So I think we have to be smart about it. I don't think it's a black and white, yes, no answer. I think it's a lot more of a both and in terms of how we think about bringing AI into our business and empowering people so they feel like they can.
I
One
couldn't agree
word
more
I
with
would
you,
add in.
Dr. Tracy.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks. One word I would add, or a few sentences, is workflow redesign. And are we making sure that our people are upskilled to ensure that the workflows are properly redesigned? Do the teams know how to even do that? Yes, the system is fine, but and as they say, AI makes work easier. The human is supposed to enable, and think for you, and then the business is supposed to scale. So do you, or have you, as a HR person, talent leader, do you have the skills? Have you upskilled your people? Do your people have the mindset to want to do the things differently, or they just want to go on with the same things, expecting different results and expecting, to see things differently? What's happening? What's the state of the business? As someone always says, the skill set, the mindset, the tool sets, have all these things been reviewed to make sure that things are actually scaling? Yeah.
Petronella, you
And
just
workflows
said what was
redesigned.
going in my head. You just said what was going in my head. I was about to say one statement. You have been handed over a Jarvis, but are you equipped as an Iron Man to use Jarvis? So AI could be your Jarvis. Great. You have everything. Do you really know how to use that to its full capacity? I mean, it's like, it's a very age-old saying, God gave wings to a mosquito and a honeybee. The mosquito goes and spreads dengue and malaria and 100 other diseases, and honeybee is responsible for cross-pollination and, in a way, for existence of the human race. So it's not about having a tool. It's about, like Adam was saying, do you have the mental aptitude? Do you have that mindset. And do you know why, where do I need to use the tool? It goes back to the fundamental question that Dr. Tracy mentioned in the beginning. The fundamental question, why are we doing it? And are we prepared for it?
And I think that that point on workflow design as well is really, really important, because that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks I'm seeing is like the tyranny of job descriptions. Ooh, don't get me started on job descriptions, but the tyranny of a job description and the fact that really, like in the organizations I've been working with most recently, every time a new hire is being made, then there are a new series of impact criteria for that job are being defined. Not just using a static import of an old job description, but what now do the new workflows look like so this role works with that? It also means working with managers, working with leaders to try and look at how our workflows being changed and adapted by the input of the technology that we're bringing to play. Because trying to just, you're essentially, I think I've said this in a previous lecture, summit, but you're attaching like a rocket engine to a cart. Like the cart can't survive. It's just going to come toppling over unless you've actually redesigned how the workflow is actually going to occur. Where is the segmentation between what is going to be digital intelligence is responsible for and human intelligence is responsible for? And how is that dynamic changing? Because this is moving so quickly. Like there's so many that are now saying that we're on the verge of technological singularity. There's so many insights that are being put into the capabilities that are being released from digital intelligence. And I think that you've got to be architecting the workflows. This is HR could do nothing but that these days, but you can't do it alone as an HR practitioner. You've got to be working in lockstep with your business, because otherwise you don't understand what the new capabilities are allowing to occur. So within your own department, within HR and talent as a function, yes, okay, you've got probably a good general understanding on how to business partner and make effects for the business. But if we're looking at capability increase across the entire of an organization, then it's all about partnership. And for me, the underlying fundamental for partnership is establishing trust. Trust between person to person, trust between person to digital intelligence, and even like nowadays, trust from digital intelligence to person. Can the digital intelligence trust what the person's inputting? Right? There are multiple layers of trust that need to be established. And there's actually operating systems. You can put in ways to measure this. You can put in ways to gauge how well is that over trust? Are people rushing in to do stuff that they shouldn't be doing, like because there's too much trust? Is there an under? It's like a Goldilocks system. Is there a lack of trust? So things are moving too slowly, like people are reticent to move forward. Are they feared of losing their jobs because they're going to be training up a system that's going to replace them essentially? And then you've got your sweet spot, your Goldilocks zone in the middle, where you've got enough trust to make solid progress, but not too much trust to aggressively charge into chasms that may be in front of us. So anyway, I think there's a number of really fascinating points to be made around that.
Yeah. And I love that coming from this conversation, we're getting a lot of frameworks of how you're thinking about decisions, how you're prioritizing, as well as you're making some of these decisions, especially around things like experimentation. These conversations go so fast and we never get far enough. We have 3 minutes left. Let's go kind of quickly on this one. But I just want to, I think, Adam, you teed us up well. You're thinking about, now versus next problems. A lot of HR leaders we work with are dealing with just phenomenal amounts of change within their organization. Their desks are on fire. They're keeping their head above water. Let's be honest, with just the amount of responsibility. This is an opportunity and a moment where a lot of that stuff that's keeping you underwater can be automated, can support you. When you're thinking about making decisions on technology right now, how are you thinking about now versus next? Solving your problems right now versus next? When you're making decisions about technology, how are you avoiding locking yourself out of future progress? Let's say you sign a contract right now for 12 months, 24 months on a technology solution. We have no idea what the world will look like in 24 months. We have no idea what the AI capabilities are going to be. How are you thinking about that changing component when you're making these decisions?
I think for me,
simplest level, investing in optionality is what I would say. The senior leadership of an organization need to be aware, and they are aware, that essentially we've got a time of such immense disruption, immense potential of change occurring. You've got to be able to invest, you've got to be able to secure investment in optionality, because no one, like we may have some great minds here, but I don't believe anybody can really foresee what's going to happen 6 months, 12 months, definitely 24 months into the future. So as an organization, to de-risk, to control your risk profile, you need to have optionality brought in there so that basically there's pivot space. Okay, and that takes investment, because you can't, if you've got somebody who's already 100% committed to doing something, then they've got no bandwidth to be able to build out that optionality. So it's a CFO, CEO, it's a C-level discussion of whether the organization is willing to invest in the optionality that will allow it to be agile and nimble enough to go forward and make pivots, to make changes, to really reinforce what's going to work, and to learn as rapidly as possible. Learn, unlearn, relearn, learn, unlearn, relearn. Keep that cycle running as effectively as possible to be able to sail these very tempestuous seas, let's say.
I think also when it comes to partnering with vendors, you want to understand their philosophy around integrations, MCPs, APIs, AI. If they have an MCP, like that's great. You can connect it to all your other favorite tools. Same with the AI, API. What does their ecosystem look like? How is the founder and leadership team talking about how they're rolling out AI, and try to get with an organization that's going to help you to future-proof. And I know there's a lot of people out there trying to figure out what tech to use. Again, you can use one of our advisors if you'd like. I'll put a link in the chat in a minute or two here. It's a free service to point you in the right direction if you're looking for partnering with one of those vendors that is aligned with where the puck is going.
Well, I use a very simple thumb rule. If I can't unplug it in the next 12 months without destabilizing my operations, I have bought an elephant. And I don't like to buy elephants. So I get my house in order, get my ducks in a row, get my operating model, get my data done. And then, yes, whatever technology, like, Phil, you were saying, you get, infra has to be vendor agnostic and API open. Every experiment has to be disposable, so that I don't have a technical debt in disguise after 12 months a technology updates or something else comes up. Simple. Thumb rule. Saves cost, saves humiliation after 1 year in front of the CEO and the board, and saves you your job and a lot of money for the organization as well.
All right. Well, I know we are over time. I'm sure would love to continue this discussion, but we'll put our information in the chat. And thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you all for sharing your experience, your frameworks, how you're thinking about these decisions, especially as the goalpost continues to move just with the amount of change happening within the technology space. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good one ahead.
Thank you, Noel, and thank you to our incredible panelists, and of course to our amazing community for staying active in the chat. As we continue with the HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit, we invite you to share the event link so any of your friends and colleagues could join. So now we are shifting into our next session. This conversation moves us from strategy into the ecosystem, and I will be honored to invite Lauren, my old friend, to be taking up this panel.
Hello, old friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. And it's so good to see you back.
Always good to see you. Yes,
thank you. The floor is all yours, Lauren.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. Hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen so far. I'm very excited to talk about this topic, the HR technology ecosystem design, building integrated platforms to support end-to-end workforce processes. Sometimes we get lost in processes, and I love to talk about a whole picture and then drill down a little bit into how to get to that big picture. If you don't know me, I am Lauren Lefkowitz. I own Fine as a Trap. I do coaching, executive coaching, and consulting. based on the idea that nobody is fine. That's not a thing. It's a decision that we make to settle when we're not sure how to make things better than fine. I would love to bring the panelists to the stage and have everyone introduce themselves. Welcome in, panelists. So happy that you're all here. I would love you to just come off mute one at a time. We'll start with Dennis and then Ravi and then Imelda. If you can introduce yourselves, tell us where in the world you are. I forgot to mention I'm in Delaware on the East Coast of the United States. And tell us who you are, what you do, why you're here for this particular session.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Good. My name is Dennis Hill. I'm the chairman and CEO of IREM, the International Association for HR Information Management, sharing 45 years of systems integration and software development experience, along with heading up the area of HR and systems for a good portion of that time. And I'm here to talk about the womb to tomb, hire to fire, retire type program and building ecosystems for HR as Web3 continues to emerge upon us.
Ravi?
Thank you. This is Ravi Subramanian. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah. I'm based in Chicago, Illinois. I'm the founder and president of Chicago Recruiting Forum, Inc., which is an advisory firm that advises companies on recruiting transformation, talent management, M&A work, and mainly AI-driven automation and governance that goes along with that. I've been a practitioner for over 30 years now and been living this dream, so to say, because this is really an inflection point because the internet actually connected us back in the day when it came about. The iPhone and other similar devices mobilized us, and AI is getting to think alongside us. That's the premise that we want to establish, in the sense that it's not either or, it's and. Glad to be here, and over to the next speaker.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Imelda Wicks. I am the Assistant Vice President of Talent, Culture, and Engagement, HR. I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. I work at the University of Texas at Arlington. I've been an HR practitioner for over 20 years. And Ravi, you reminded me of back in the days when we used to use AOL. AOL was the big thing. And then logging into the computers and that squeaky noise as we were logging in, and everything was, remember those yellow envelopes that we used to send from one office to another to share data, to share information. So you just reminded me of all of that. But I'm excited to be here with all of you in this wonderful conversation and listening from all of our guests of all the wonderful questions that they have for us.
Wonderful. Thank you for those introductions and the reminders of the past. I remember my first job, there was a common area computer with an AS400 screen. That was like the black and green screen. And you had to sign up for it in order to use it to do your job. And then your desk was just a desk. I don't remember what I did at my desk. So sort of speaking to that a little bit, and before I dive into our question, if panelists, if you can mute while you're not speaking so that we can eliminate background noise, that would be great. And when you're ready to answer a question, just come off of mute, pay attention to each other's mute signs, and we'll all answer all of the questions. So I want to start actually at like a very remedial place, because I think in particular, when we're talking about tech, AI, digital services, we tend to think that we're all starting at sort of this mid-level of understanding the baseline. Before we dive in, because a lot of us are not tech savvy, what is an integrated ecosystem for HR? What is that? What does that mean to you? What is sort of the end-to-end of that integration? so that we have a baseline definition for our listeners?
Well, I'll wait about 5 seconds and then jump in. I'll yield to my.
Go right ahead. Everybody will get a chance to answer every question, and the first one's always super awkward. So we've done it.
Okay, we'll break the ice. So I'm an engineer by training, and when I look at the solution that we're talking about in terms of ecosystems, it really is about architecture before applications. And when we look at HR itself, it has really evolved around applications. Part of that is just not understanding really what systems are all about. I think we have a sense that an HR technology ecosystem is a deliberately architected environment built around a lot of other things than just the vendor supplied resources. For example, I'll just name a few off the top of my head. Data governance and ownership. You know, we still have the struggles between IT and HR in many cases. Interoperability standards, particularly if we've adopted a best of breed approach over the last 10 or 20 years, we might have as many as 16 to 20 different applications that touch HR. Discipline in using APIs. Just because we can open the door and access the data doesn't mean we're doing it quite the right way. Identity and credential portability really accelerated because of COVID. The idea of these mobile workforces, hybrid workforces. And then one of the things we're concerned about, especially at the enterprise level, is long-term scalability. So the question for HR technologists has been for many years, which vendor, right? We'll come down with an RFP or an RFQ, say which vendor. That's not what the ecosystem really is about. Today, it is architecture, and it's built around the question of what is our operating model for workforce data and how must technology serve it. If we don't, I don't want to jump all the way to the end and hit the concluding remark, but I just want to say that AI has inserted itself as a highly disruptive component in our daily lives. The problem with that is that AI doesn't correct architectural weaknesses. So if your ecosystem fundamentally is messed up, what's going to happen is it's going to be amplified by AI. So that's my elevator pitch on architecture ecosystems.
I could go next, if I may. The question is a great one, right? When people talk about integrated platforms, they normally default towards system level stuff, right? Systems like Workday, SuccessFactors, Oracle Fusion. They're legitimate choices, but they do not necessarily mean they're integrated. A simple question I would ask is, of all the people that you hired last year, how many are still there, and what level are they performing at? And can you point to a sourcing channel where they came from? In real time, if you cannot do that, then you're not integrated. That brings me to my next point, because there is another layer. I think, Dennis, you hit upon it, called architecture. I would take it one level deeper and say there's a data layer. When data starts crossing different seams, that's when you actually say you're integrated. For example, when you say you're able to say where the candidate came from, how did they perform, and all of that data is in one system. And so the hiring manager looking at it 3 years down the road can clearly say, John Doe came from Indeed. Their performance they were excelling at what they're doing, and they're a high potential now. Seamless view across the data layer. So it's the system layer and the data layer, but it's the data layer that drives integration.
And I would just add to what my colleagues mentioned also, the employee experience, with the technology ecosystem, and now including AI, it provides a better employee experience where the data runs smooth, as my colleagues mentioned. It's not as clunky as it used to be before, where there are different systems doing different things, much more opportunity for error. as people are inserting information into the system. That could be 10 people inserted into 10 different systems. So this technology ecosystem and integrates all of them together to hopefully have less opportunity for error.
It feels like we practice this coming in from like the grand architecture to the data to the employee experience. So thank you for those brilliant answers. And panelists, let's pay attention to the chat also. The chat's been really active in the panels that I've been moderating and is clearly active today. So if you're listening in, we want to make you part of this experience and integrate your comments and questions. So keep them coming. One of the things that we see in integrating an organization and building this ecosystem are that there are architectural mistakes that happen. And as Dennis said, if you start at the top with the architecture, it seems great, right? But if it's not well planned, if it's not well thought out, if it's not well strategized, if it's not aligned with the organization as a whole, then when you get all the way to the employee experience, you've seen it, you've lived it. People are like, this doesn't seem to go with that, and that doesn't flow into that. And why isn't this integrated? Why do I have to put this information in twice? So when you look at common architectural mistakes, when we're trying to connect recruiting, HR, payroll, learning, et cetera, what are the biggest mistakes or the most common mistakes that you see as organizations are working together to build this?
I could take a stab at it. Typically, I see 4 mistakes happen, right? Companies moving forward to buying a specific tool before they have defined the architecture or the data model, right? So if you don't know what your data model is, if you don't know what data you're going to require, you don't know what data needs to seamlessly move from one function to another, one step in the process to another, and you go in and buy a tool, then that's a moot point. The second thing is treating the integration as an IT project. I think, Dennis, you hit upon it in your opening remark. This is not an IT issue. This is a purely HR issue. And HR has got a seat at the table on how to model this for the organization. The third thing is optimizing each system independently instead of designing for handoffs. Take, for example, very simple thing like a candidate transitioning from an applicant tracking system to becoming an employee going into your core HRIS system, right? If you don't account for those handoffs, and another example would be learning management system. What kind of development program do they need to be part of? If you don't account for these handoffs, then just bringing on a system is a moot point. And that's one of the major mistakes that I see as well. Last but not the least is feedback loop. If there is no feedback loop, and that brings you back to what challenges you faced, what mistakes have you made, what lessons have you learned, have we learned from other people's mistakes? And one of the most important things that I do is when I bring on a system, once we define the data layer in our organization, I have conversations with other companies who have done something similar, and I ask them, what mistakes did you make, so I can learn from your mistakes. So those are the 4 common mistakes that I see happening.
Can I jump in and share piggyback of what Ravi mentioned? And all of us have seen it. We've been long enough working in HR where a new leader comes into the organization, and at their previous organization, they used to use this tool that they feel very comfortable with. They come to a new place and they want to implement that disruption in a lot of the practices that are currently happening in HR, from payroll, from hiring. Now the organization has to adapt to this new tool. Leader leaves, comes a new leader, another tool comes in place. And by the time you've been there for 5, 10, 20 years, now you have 20 apps that do different things and they don't speak to each other. With that comes lack of governance, lack of updating. Nobody knows who's supposed to be updating it. Nobody knows who owns it now. And sometimes it gets lost. A new leader comes in, they don't know how to use it. It's not the technology ecosystem is not conducive to the number one, the employee experience, but then also to the practices within the organization. So that's a big one, which creates another problem, which is treating each system like its own island. Each tool sometimes have a different way of interpreting data. And so sometimes when you have 5 different tools that they don't speak to each other, especially when we just going through some of it ourselves. When you're doing HR audits, it makes it a lot more difficult because you're using 5 different platforms where you're putting data that they don't speak to each other. And now you have to interpret what each of the different tools is trying to say and reconcile that. That's a lot of hours, a lot of people that need to manage a simple task. So AI makes it a lot more easier if when it's in the input is done correctly, and when the well-established governance is done correctly. But the promises or the idea is that it will help us, and we've seen it in different platforms where it does help trim down a lot of the hours that is being used into what I just described as some of the few mistakes that we have experienced in the past year. On top of that, again, going back to my previous example of the employee experience, not only for our IT professionals, but then also from all of our HR and outside of that HR, our key stakeholders that sometimes have to navigate all these different platforms just to make sense and interpret the data and be able to apply that to their areas where they're working on. And so there's a lot of mistakes that we've learned from that hopefully, again, we utilize some of those lessons learned. So as we move forward and we take advantage of AI, that it could help us have a much smoother experience, combine everything in one, and be able to be more effective in the work that we do.
Those are really great answers from my colleagues. I just want to piggyback a little bit on both. Ravi's earlier remarks about data as infrastructure is really where HR lives, right? The workforce record of truth as we talk about it. Without architectural intent, integration becomes technical debt, as the way I view it. It can result in very significant fragmented ecosystems, as Imelda was just talking about. Fragmentation being a problem. This question surrounded what are the issues, what are the problems that are there? Because AI doesn't fix fragmented ecosystems, it actually accelerates their consequences, at least at this point. Now, as AI evolves in the next several years, and there's an obligation there on the part of the end user community. And I think there was a question in the chat that I wanted to address that kind of dovetails on this. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick. Jan asked the question, how can organizations ensure that employees are truly empowered to use advanced HR technologies rather than feeling overwhelmed by them? Well, it brings up this additional issue that both Robbie and Imelda dovetailed on, and that is this idea of governance. You certainly have the end-to-end workforce processes, hire to retire, learn to earn, skill to credential. They all require a unified identity management system, clean master data governance, very clear and secure automation, ethical AI oversight, and then auditability and compliance baked in. These are the responsibilities of the HR manager, director, CHRO today. They cannot get away with not being technically fluent in their role. If your underlying data model is fractured, AI will simply amplify that confusion. So that brings us to the issue of governance and employee experience. We want to jump in and say ergonomically, we need to have these things, self-service, managed service, serve and so on, nice integration aspect in terms of accessing our records, modifying the things that we're permitted to modify and things like that. But the ecosystem is no longer technical. I think I want to say that really again. The ecosystem is no longer just technical. It is economic and ethical. And so just because we can do things doesn't mean we should do things. I believe particularly in the AI space, everybody's kind of rushing for the bright silvery thing in the corner and grabbing on it. I would never discourage people from exploring ChatGPT, Claude, and other kinds of tools like that, but certainly with a purpose tied into that, again, learn to earn type of path in that end-to-end workflow process. We have to design for interoperability, which addresses Imelda's officer issue who comes in with his hammer or her hammer, and everything looks like a nail. And we're going to use this hammer because it's what I'm used to using. Interoperability needs to be the component here, not vendor lock-in. And you have to treat workforce data fundamentally as a strategic asset. If you don't, then you're going to have a problem balancing innovation with risk management and really coming up with the right kinds of solutions that support the enterprise. So why is this important? And I've already said three things, and I'll just kind of put them in a nutshell. The first one was architecture instead of just tools. The second thing, of course, is this notion of data as infrastructure, which Ravi brought out. I like to consider it the workforce record of truth. And especially in light of the question, how many people are working for you this year that started last year, or maybe even some years back? But the third component of that is governance. And if you really address this correctly and understand the economic and ethical aspects in ecosystem design, you cannot conclude anything but that governance is a growth strategy. And that will lead to these properly implemented ecosystems. And it is a big job. Unfortunately, a lot of the people who are calling the shots in organizations today either lack the bigger lenses to see the big picture or lack the practical experience in doing full-scale integrations. And that's the reason why almost 70% of HRIT solutions are not fully implemented. The other 30% don't even rank on that. So that you never get to 100%. In implementations, and it's usually because of non-technical issues.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Ravi.
No, I saw a question. I'm looking at the data layer in a multi-jurisdiction HR environment. We encountered something similar at one of my former companies, where we said, given the cultural nuances and the compliance requirements for each country, especially in Europe and Southeast Asia, Europe governed by Works Council, we had to draw a line in the sand and say, we will go for 80% standardization, 10% localization, and 10% for government regulation. That kind of framework we adopted, and we said, that's how we will model our data layer as well. So not an easy one and done there. It's a tough one. You have to have a good handle on your data sets across multiple regions and also determine what is required by law.
Well, and if I could just jump in on that additionally, that idea is where we're at today with the what I would call the pre-current period approach of best of breed integration. We thought we'd buy this and buy that and buy this. So you take a mid-sized global company like the example that this I think Natasha asked in the questions here. A mid-sized global company selects an ATS, a different core HCM, a standalone LMS, a skills platform, a workforce planning tool, and then of course we have separate payroll providers by region because jurisdictionally it's just easier to do it that way. Each was chosen because it's their best in class, but here's what happens. You end up just with that listing of 6 different selections. You have 47 different integrations, 47, 48. Manual reconciliations every quarter, reporting inconsistencies, which Imelda touched on earlier, and IT backlog consumed by API integration maintenance, and vendor finger pointing during outages. That is the practicality of this. And so what has changed now is that modern HR leadership, current HR leadership, what I would call the post-pandemic period leadership, where we're dealing with disruptions, need to define the master workforce data model, establish a system of record hierarchy, especially when you have multi-jurisdictional HR, mandate API standards and integration governance. If they don't interface properly, you'll never get even the appearance of an integration, let alone smooth functionality. And then eliminate the redundant functionality that's in the system. What you see is what Robbie put some numbers to earlier makes a lot of sense. You'll see a 30% or so, give or take a little bit, reduction in integration cost. Reporting cycles that go from weeks, literally a typical quarterly reconciliation is 3 weeks, down to less than a week, 5 days or so. And then clear ownership of workforce data, because there is that struggle in many organizations. Whether we like to say that HR owns it or not, that struggle goes on almost daily in many organizations. So just sit at the table. I mean, that's the biggest thing. The CHRO, or the person in charge of HR technology, must sit at the same table as the person who's running the CRM and the ERP and overall how the organization functions from a data management a responsibility point of view.
I want to echo what Dennis mentioned. I mean, this is such a great question. You could spend the whole session just on this question in itself, because there's just so much that we've learned in the past years, and how do we move forward? I think this presents an opportunity for us to really assess what was all of our mistakes as we're starting implementing AI in our future practices. And I think, Dennis, I agree with you on what you said, that we can no longer continue to operate in these silos where HR is implementing their own initiatives, but it has to be a conversation that requires more than just one person making a decision. And I think that's what, some of the things that if we could implement that for our future, I think that would be something that all of the organization needs to start looking at when we are talking about implementing AI platforms, tools, practices, processes in place. There needs to be more than just one entity, one department, one unit making this decision. It needs to be an institution-wide conversation. And we need to look at the flow. How is this going to impact our employees as well as those that will be governing and also managing all of these tools?
Very well said, Imelda. I think even to your point, Dennis, the role of the HR leader is dual in nature. Not only do they have to worry about artificial intelligence and the function, they also have to worry about the broader governance across the enterprise. So having those conversations, to Imelda's point, with all the other leaders sitting at the table, deciding what's right for the company. Now, coming back to the question about best-in-breed ecosystem, the term best-in-breed has been blown out of water thanks to the emergence of AI, right? Because take, for example, the applicant tracking system market, Workday. Are they good at everything? Are they best-in-breed? Probably in one segment of HR they are, one segment of finance they are. Not all other functions, like they're not good at onboarding, they're not good at recruiting, they're not good at L&D. As a core HRIS, they are really good. So that being said, what we have to look at is when we talk about best-in-breed ecosystem versus unified platform suite, we have to look at it from an angle of integration capability for the company. Also think about it this way. Are you able to answer the question of what gives you the competitive advantage as a company out there? Don't build what you can buy. Don't buy what you need to differentiate yourself on. So those are some markers that I'll throw down and say, use as a guiding post. Because again, at the end of the day, if you want to differentiate yourself as a company, you have to make sure that's proprietary to your company and keep that in your own lane. So there is a clear distinction between best of breed and unified platform suites.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take us to the actual like functional level, right? We've all walked into organizations where we've had homegrown HRIS systems. I once walked into an organization where our benefits broker built an HRIS system, had us in it, and required us to use it in order for them to be our benefits broker. They weren't good at either one. And so unfolding all of that and untangling all of that, if you were to walk into an organization today as a new HR technologist or a new CHRO, and the company said to you, hey, look at this mess, fix it. Where would you start? Where would you begin with looking at this outdated tech stack, with looking at what the organization needs, and then with bringing all of that in and integrating everything?
Well, I've got a picture to share, if I may. The way I'm going to do this, I'm just going to change my background and move my camera. I came prepared. So if we look at the core of our system and we see that that's all about what we've been discussing, which is the unity, the architecture, the skills taxonomy, and so forth. It's no longer, really an HR ecosystem in the sense of how people have evolved them as much as it's an engineered workforce system. We have to view things as engineered systems. And that's the core. What unfortunately happens is we're spending a lot of time out here on the outer ring in the AI and automation discussion, which we talked about much earlier, accelerates the problems at the core, right? And the consequences are amplified. That interoperable layer, which I really love Robbie's honing in on, you can tell when somebody has actually had to solve real problems, because this is where they occur. They don't really occur in the front end. They occur here at the interoperable level, which is your core HRM, your talent acquisition, your payroll, and workforce planning as an example set. What's happened is this, and I have a graphic that I hope you all go home with today. That is that we're spending a lot of time putting Ferrari dashboards on lawnmower engines. Underneath in these systems, I'm glad to see everybody smiling on us, because that's really what seems to be happening, right? We're grabbing whatever the purple squirrel, the shiny thing in the room is, and we're coming up with these beautiful dashboards that are AI augmented. And yet underneath, these are beautiful things on top of really nasty 3.5 horsepower engines. And when you're talking about implementation, I have to say the end users are obviously going to be more enamored with what's pretty, right? They want the pretty lie, so to speak, as opposed to the ugly truth. And the ugly truth is down here, but this is where we work as HR technologists in the ecosystem. And that's where it's at today. So I come back with the idea that we should be designing our systems from the inside out, but scale from the outside in. And unfortunately, a lot of this activity today is just the opposite. People are actually investing from the outside in and not really looking at what needs to be done here at the core.
I think this is where you drop the mic, Dennis, with your graphic. I totally agree with you. I think, as a HR leader, I think we have a long way to go when it comes to also providing education institution wide to our employees, but especially to in HR, our HR professionals. Learning how to identify problems. What is the real problem that we're trying to solve? Going back to your illustration, then it says we just want the shiny thing that is out there, and they do them. I mean, we have wonderful vendors that do a wonderful job doing presentations on all of this AI tools and what they can do for us. But I think if we don't understand what the real problem is and what we're trying to solve, we can fall into just purchasing whatever tool is out there that has the logo of AI, just to say that we are doing something when it comes to AI, that we are implementing, or that we have tools in place. I think that it's an opportunity for us as HR leaders to provide that platform and then be able to create a framework. I think that's like HR 101 or AI 101. Before we start implementing AI in any of our processes and procedures, we need to create a framework and be able to move forward from that place, and then have a system in place, have different systems in place. Going back to the conversation where we've been saying, it's not a one person decision, it's not a one entity decision, but it's the organization. So start creating organisms within the organization where we invite different practitioners from within our companies that can help us identify what are best practice. What do we currently have in place? Sometimes people that are implementing these programs, they don't even know what's already in place. And it's a duplication of a program that is already there that is trying to solve the same problem. So opportunities for us to identify those gaps and then being able to answer those questions. And then that was a beautiful illustration, Dennis. Thank you for sharing that with all of us.
Yeah, and if I may share a slide, I want to make sure that I bring home the point as well. So let me know when you can see it.
I don't know if we have slide sharing enabled, and
Okay.
we have 4 minutes left. So
all right, we'll just leave it at that. What I was trying to show there was from a functional perspective, Lauren, you brought up the point, how we consolidated all of the multiple systems to limiting it to 2 or 3 systems with the end in mind. The end was candidate experience, if projected savings, what kind of metrics you want to drive, how do you drive recruiter efficiency, how do you increase the candidate pipeline. With that end in mind, we consolidated all of that. That was the image I was trying to show.
thank you so much. In our last 3 minutes, if we could have some short answers. We had a lot of wry smiles and smirks with each other as each of you talked about AI. And it's a new technology for us to have generative AI, to have trust in the input resulting in good output. What is the responsible way to begin integrating AI into our tools? Functional AI agents, if at all, into our own leadership strategy work? Like, where do you start with trusting AI?
I'm going to wait. I want to hear the other answers first.
Yeah, Imelda, I'd love to hear from you because I know that you are really excited about AI and very strategic about it.
I was hoping to go last because that is.
You might be. We only have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, trusting AI. I think AI is a wonderful tool. Again, I just think we need to be more strategic. I think that there needs to be a lot more assessment and not rush decisions. I think, as I mentioned earlier, there needs to be a combination of human experiences, skills that can chime in to the conversation of what is best for the organization, what can be done by humans, what can be supplemented by the use of AI, and that we worked together. AI is not that okay, now you're going to do everything, but how do we collaborate? How do we make sure that the work that needs to be done, it's done with efficiency, with excellence, and that pushes forward the vision, the mission, the goals of the organization. So again, I think organizations, leaders need to pause a little bit. And I know AI is moving very fast, but I think we still need to pause to make sure that we understand our own processes. Otherwise, we're going to create a bigger mess. And I think if we are not clear in that, we're just going to create another problem for organizations. So I think that's where I would, that's a short answer to a very complex question, because I think there's a lot of great benefits with AI, but I think if we're not careful, again, this could be very disruptive for organizations and can really create compliance problems for not only the HR department, but for the organization.
One last point I'd like to add, if I may.
We are, unfortunately, Ravi, we are going to go over time if we do that.
Right.
And I need to keep us at the end. So thank you. Feel free to add to the comments. Thank you, audience. You have been amazing and so interactive. What a smart discussion this was. Use care, be thoughtful, look at all of the levels of the architecture, the data, and most importantly, the people. How are you going to bring the people into this? Thank you so much for an amazing discussion. Our next panel is HR Data Architecture, Structuring Data Flows to Enable Insight and Decision-Making. And if you are watching this, and if you are watching replays, connect with the panelists that you're seeing, connect with the moderators. We are your community. This is the way to find HR community, and connect with people in the comments. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Lauren. That was very well said. And thank you so much, all our speakers. It was amazing panel. And as Lauren has introduced about the next session, so there's no questions over there. It is going to be such a great panel. And I'm going to introduce you to our moderator who stepped in at the last moment as a saver. So I'm going to introduce Brannon. Thank you so much for stepping in to moderate the panel, and the floor is all yours.
Amazing. Thank you, Sneha. Yes, unfortunately, our original moderator for our panel is under the weather today. So about 2 hours ago, I said, I'd love to lead. I was going to be here anyway, and this is an incredible topic, as are all of these throughout the next 3 days. So today in our panel, we'll be talking about HR data architecture. So how do you make sure that your strategy becomes operational reality? And so this is about what sits below all of that process design, kind of the structural layer that determines whether we have systems that can actually produce insight, be automated, all those things. Because without that, we're just automating a lot of slop, which is not great. So I'd love to bring our panelists on, and we can start to get to know who we have today. I will let's go around the Brady Bunch square here, and I'll have you guys each introduce yourselves. What do you do? Kind of what brings you here? What are you interested in when it comes to AI? And I hear an echo, so if you guys have headphones or can mute, that would be helpful. So let's start with Maria. Maria, why don't you tell us who you are, what you do, and why you're here?
Hello, and hi community. Welcome everyone to this session, and thanks for inviting us as panelists to this session. So actually, my name is Maria Petrosian. I have an extensive experience in HR, more than 20 years of leadership experience in HR, with the latest experience as Senior Director, People Partner in Synopsys. Simultaneously, I am lecturing in European University of Armenia around talent management and business ethics. And it's a pleasure for me to be here and share with you the experience that I have so far and learn from the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Kelly, we'll move to you next.
Great. Hi, I'm Kelly Timpain. I'm a global HR executive with over 20 years experience in companies of all sizes. My background has been, up until 10 years ago, very broad across all functions in HR and leading HR teams. And then in the last 10 years, I've really dug into specialize in the HR operations and total rewards space, what I lovingly call the techie nerdy side of HR. And that is largely around the data. Even in comp, a lot of it is data. So I consider myself a big data geek and also have been pursuing a number of different training and certifications in AI. So this transformation summit is just right at my heart. So very happy to be here.
Amazing. And Dalit, why don't we hear from you next? I think you're on mute, unless it's on my side. I cannot hear you, Dalit. So I'm going to introduce myself if you want to just check your mic. And then we'll come back to you. So I'm Brandon Skillern. I'm on the East Coast of the US. I'm founder and CEO of Carnelian Collective. I have been running people operations in scaling startups, growth stage organizations. I actually, my career started more on the operational side. So kind of how do you figure out a process? And then in a startup where everything breaks every 3 to 6 months, how do you, fix it? And that has always been pretty manual. And so now that AI is here and, we can move so much faster and automate so much more, my business has moved from supporting organizations fractionally with HR and talent acquisition to now figuring out how we integrate AI and automation into those systems and designing like structured workflows, as well as doing some AI enablement. How do you help an organization transform, usually kind of in these earlier stage organizations. So that is what I do. So Dalit, let's see if we have your mic working.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. So I'm Dalit Krainer. And I'm also for now 3 decades in HR, mainly in executive roles as VP HR and CHRO in global organization, different countries, and also different industries. And I love data. Actually, I based my roles from very early days on data, when we just used Excels and stuff like that. And I'm very, very excited to be here and also use all the tools, the very expensive, very comprehensive tools that we have today. So again, excited to be here in this panel.
Amazing, thank you. So let's jump in. So I'd love to just start out to talk about just like data in general. I'm hearing, we all have that in our backgrounds, kind of how do we get started? So what does it mean to have data readiness in an organization? Like what is like the minimal structural elements that we need before we can even start to think about anything related to layering on AI and automation? If anybody wants to jump in, or else I will pick one of you.
I'd be happy to jump in with that. And Brandon, I love your background. I feel like it's very similar with that whole operational side. Even in those generalist roles, I always was drawn personally more to the data side, and very familiar with the whole idea of working in spreadsheets forever. So I really am appreciating what AI is bringing to the table. I think, as you said, before we can even think about layering on data, for me, the very first core thing is, do you have clean data? Meaning, is it accurate? Have your employees put in their data correctly, but also has HR put in the data correctly? And also, what are the definitions of the fields that you are tracking? And are they consistent? And are they compliant? And if you're in a global organization in particular, there are pieces of data that you cannot track in certain countries and pieces of data that you must track in some countries. And I always go to my example of, I think we have a maybe US heavy audience, but I know we have people in other countries as well. But for example, in Germany, you have to track religion. In the US, you cannot. So you have to be able to, first of all, make sure that you understand those compliance regulations and that you're tracking the correct data for that region, but then also, again, that you have the right definitions that match. So, if I'm saying, gender, does that mean gender at birth, gender identity? Does it mean something else? Are we all saying the same thing so that you don't have a mismatch of all different types of data coming into the same field?
Really, really fascinating, the differences between the countries. Like how do you even say, oh, this field is required here but not here, right? So that's before we even get to using this data architecture to build from there. So what kind of HR data is like, would you guys think about is like AI ready today? And what might still be like too subjective? Like where do we draw that line? I'm going to just pick one of you. Dalit, do you have any thoughts on kind of where we start with like what feels really solid and data like AI ready versus where do we need to kind of stop and pause before we start to feed certain kinds of data into these systems?
I would say I would start, anyway, and it goes back to your first question with the business decision that actually we need to connect to, because I think this is the most important thing that we need to serve. And this is very objective in most cases, right? It's not something that we need to invent or something that HR can say our opinion. It's like we need to align with the business decision. We need to make sure that not just that we work with our systems that needs to be very accurate, as Kelly said, but we need to integrate with the business data and the business system. And this is a whole different, story and ball game. And I would say also regarding the accuracy of the data, today when talking about AI, if we are injecting the wrong data, actually AI will amplify it. Instead of correct it, it will not just be what we used to say, garbage in, garbage out, but it will be much more dramatic. So I would go with, going directly to the end. What is the business outcome, the business decision that we need to serve and support in order to make sure, we are very objective, and this is where I will draw the line.
Yeah, that's such a great point. Like start from the end. It's so tempting to just go, oh, wow, AI is here, automation is here. Like, what can I do with it? And just jump in. But if we haven't actually thought about the business objective and what makes sense and what's going to actually get us to the right outcomes and it's going to be strategic, not only could we be wasting time, we could be amplifying data inaccuracies or like process that just hasn't been accurately mapped. And now you're just proliferating that, which is obviously can have massive implications on an organization. So thinking about kind of that strategic business side, Maria, can you talk to us about like how you think about structuring HR data flows in a way that they actually influence those strategic business decisions?
Yeah, first of all, I want to echo what Dalit and Kelly said, and I do really support the approach of, first of all, we need to understand how we contribute to the business progress. Where are the pain points for the business today, especially in the very fast growing and changing market conditions, right? So this continuous conversation and aligning with the business strategy is really key to understand where HR can really add value. After aligning with that, then we make decisions where to contribute, because it's absolutely not doable to cover it all, even if automation is possible, right? So from that perspective, aligning with the business, and if you ask me what hinders us there, is that the systems that HR is leveraging right now for different sub-functions of HR, they are fragmented mostly. They are not integrated. We heard a lot today about integration of systems, of workflows, and we will hear more, because this is one of the core challenges, right? Systems are not integrated. We have system for, let's say, hiring, ATS. We have system for learning development. We have system for analytics, and they are not working together very well. Because of that, what they produce doesn't sometimes serve the purpose. So first of all, aligning with the business, understanding the key pain points, and contributing there.
Yeah, the challenge of the unified data architecture and like having fragmented systems. Can you guys talk about what's a real way to deal with that? And this might look very different in a large global organization versus a smaller organization where maybe you have more autonomy in your role. But do you guys have examples of how you've thought about bringing those systems together?
I think AI will help us in that. If not today, tomorrow it will. But again, based on the key pain points, for example, many organizations, and in my past experience, we also struggled because we couldn't have objective and forward-looking workforce planning. By the way, workforce planning is among areas where COEs pay a lot of attention and they have a desire to have it. It has a direct implication on the business. But to what extent today HR is able to lead and drive there if the systems that we have are fragmented, right? So consolidating some of the systems which will support to have unified skill architecture supports, let's say, in having proactive workforce planning. So if that's the business issue we want to solve, then we need to think about unified skills architecture. As, by the way, that was a great business case by HSBC Bank in 2024. They unified their skills architecture for more than 7,000 jobs. And at the end of the day, that helped them in the proactive strategic workforce planning that they have delivered to support the business. So that's just as an example. And I pass it over to Kelly because she wanted to contribute there.
Thank you. Yes. So one of the things that we did at my most recent organization is we had a master data governance committee. And we met, I believe they met weekly, but then also kind of ad hoc as needed for special projects, for when we had acquisitions come up. And it was around the data flow, but it started first from the data definitions. What's our unified data dictionary? These are the fields we're tracking. Really going into detail on, creating integrations, whether it's APIs or, an Excel sheet going back and forth, download, upload, whatever it is, saying this is how often that data should be flowing. This piece of data is coming from this field here, and it's landing in this field here. Having people on each team that are tracking those files and saying, oh, something errored out, why, what happened? And even to the point of when we were building out a Power BI tool and then something more even fancier sort of for analytics, even to the point of pulling the same reports out of various systems and then doing the manual comparisons. It was months on end of comparing and going, why is this off by 1? So, making sure when we pull reports, we're pulling them on the same day with the same effective date, pulling the same data, and then making sure with acquisitions that we all had the timing correct to say, for example, if our initial source of truth is let's say the applicant tracking system, and we're loading all of the new hires from the acquisition in there first, and that feeds everything else in the company. Well, if I put it in there at a certain time, what time is that picked up by the next system and the next system? And what time does that feed our email system? And have we announced the acquisition yet internally? Because we don't want all these people showing up in there that people are randomly finding and going, oh, I see we had an acquisition and it hasn't been announced. So there was a lot of just intentionality about the data itself and where are we starting from, and then where is that going and when. And agree with what you said as well about, or maybe it was Dalit or both, about, starting from what data is the business interested in when you're thinking about kind of backing into, here's the data we track, but why are we tracking it? What kind of metrics are we trying to get to? Because I believe it was Dave Ulrich who said, HR is not about HR. HR is about the business. We're here to support business outcomes. So if we're tracking some sort of metric over here that nobody's interested in, don't track it. Start with, what are you trying to figure out? What are those insights you're trying to glean? What are those decisions you're trying to make from the data? And then how do we make sure that it's flowing through all the systems? And to your point about workforce planning, thinking about skills is one thing, but also about, what's the utilization on, let's say, billable people? Are they fully utilized? Does that mean we need more people in that department? Are they underutilized and we need to move some people around? Making sure we're tracking open positions that are open now, but also there's got to be a system somewhere that's not showing that as an active open headcount, but that knows in 3 months we've got to hire 20 more people for the project coming up down the pike. So that for us was just really helpful to have this kind of core group of representatives from each of the different functions that have those systems to really align on that.
That's incredibly valuable insight. And I love that you made it so actionable. It's not like, well, we have all these different systems, they're fragmented. Darn. It's like, how do we actually align all those different internal functions and stakeholders? And I would venture to guess there are probably ways of automating those integrations. I mean, every day things are evolving such that anybody could figure out, maybe not anybody, but anybody that's reasonably technically savvy and is thinking about AI and learning these things, whether or not they're actually, a technical practitioner, it's becoming really accessible to figure out how to link these systems in ways that do not require a deep technical, background, which is sort of what I would say is like very new now compared to 2 years ago, even 1 year ago.
Absolutely. I would say also, just for anyone who's thinking about, well, how do I do that? Where do I start? Talk to your vendors that you're currently using. A lot of them have open APIs where you can just say, they either have pre-built and you can look up on their website somewhere, who are you already integrating with? And you might say, oh, I didn't know that my HRIS already has an integration to Salesforce or to the ATS or whatever it might be. And there's also in between companies that you can use who will do that integration for you for not a huge price. So it's really good to just kind of start from that, talk to the vendor, see, I want to integrate this to here. Do you have something pre-built? Do you have open APIs? Do you know of a custom integrator that's not too expensive?
Yeah. And I want to echo that, and also to say to those who are just thinking about, bringing in a new system of HRIS, ask those questions in advance. Make sure that you are buying the right system that is well integrated with other systems you already have in the organization. Otherwise, it will not work together, and it will be very difficult to synchronize everything later on. So, again, start with the end, and think in advance to make sure everything is integrated.
Yeah, I want to just name one of the things, Kelly, that you said, because I'm hearing it's not just let's make sure the systems are working. It's sort of this, there's like a data architecture governance that is sort of before you even get to the systems and the data and how they even talk, and having that alignment before you even begin, right? So it sounds like we're establishing like that's the kind of the foundation. That's like the root. Like if you don't have that, you really can't get started at all. And then if you also don't have the end in mind, to Dalit's point, you know, what are we even trying to do? Where are we going? What data do we want to look at? What do we need, right? So those are sort of like the two bookends, and then a whole lot of stuff happens in the middle. So Maria, I wanted to hear a little bit more from you. Like, how are you using analytics to get to, you know, like, let's say you've got that foundation and you're also thinking about kind of the end in mind. Like, how are you using that data to find insights and anticipate, you know, risks and opportunities and influence your leadership?
Sure. Yeah. And this is, of course, not about only the workflows that we leverage in the architecture, data architecture, but it's also about the data inflows, because end of the day, even if we use the best analytics tools, if we do not input there the right data, the output is not really supporting decision making. So from that perspective, first of all, my approach is that every decision that is being taken or made by the management should be based on solid data, right? But again, from the experience, we are targeting where are the pain points. And in my experience, for example, leveraging data, solid data, helped situations with employee engagement. The system that we are leveraging is, overall, we were leveraging Vizier as a system for analytics, but particularly to measure engagement, we also leveraged surveys, engagement surveys, pulse surveys. But one thing is to get data from employees. Another thing is to act on data. And sometimes this is where companies are missing the key point. Because if not acted properly, and then based on the actions should be done monitoring and evaluated on the actions, right, which are put by the organizations in terms of results, then if we do not do that, if we do not course correct, then it even may play the wrong role. It may erode the trust, for example, if we gather the data but do not act on it, right? So from my previous experience, it served a good purpose, analyzing engagement data, acting properly on those, then course correcting as needed. Another situation where data really helped us is about business expansion, site growth, based on talent availability. And the trick is here, again, if you do not analyze what you have to analyze in terms of data, for example, you analyze availability of good universities, systems for education, but you do not analyze interest of the market in those specific areas where you are looking talent for, then what you will have as a result may not be supporting you. So analyzing good data, solid data from the perspective of talent and doing your decisions based on that to expand your business in a particular country or site was something that really was best good practice and served the purpose from my experience.
Yeah, that leads me to start to consider the difference between data in these systems. It's very black and white structured, right? We have, Kelly's data governance, an architecture, we have alignment and buy-in, but then what about unstructured data, right? Employee engagement, sentiment analysis is some of that. There's, what comes up in reviews. You get into a very different kind of data. And how are you guys, how are you all thinking about making that usable in AI systems without, for example, proliferating bias, without overstepping like ethical and privacy concerns? Like, how are we, where does that play a role in our HR data architecture?
I can say this isn't something that I have implemented yet, but it's something that I've learned a lot about, is, you know, AI's ability to not just crunch numbers, right? It's not just looking at, you know, metrics, but also being able to analyze things like sentiment. And, you know, there's some of that already available in vendors today that don't have the, I would say, like more of the generative AI. They maybe just have some automation where it can put together kind of a word cloud of these are some of the topics that come up frequently in the feedback from, let's say, the employee engagement survey. But AI now, one of the things that I recently learned in a book that I've been reading, but also in some of the courses I've been taking, including a mini master's in Practical A with Hacking HR, I'm just going to plug that for a second, is that it goes beyond that. AI can really be your thought partner. If you feed in prompts about, here's the background, your role is that you are a consultant coming in, here's the type of information we're seeing, help me think of some things that could solve this. Help me think of, you know, what are some questions that I should be asking myself? Help me ensure that I'm not being biased in the way I'm thinking this. And so that's something where I think it could really be helpful, is taking that sort of amorphous sentiment-based data and distilling it down to data points, and find, you know, what are those things that you want to be able to output in some reports to say, okay, well, this, I'm seeing a lot of things around benefits. I'm seeing a lot of things around pay. I'm seeing a lot of things around this particular manager, whatever it might be, so that you can take the sentiments, distill it down into some data points that you could then surface in, you know, executive reports, and make sure that it's aggregated data, that it's not too small of a sample population where a manager is going to go, oh, I know that's this person, right? I think that is an area that's going to be very helpful. Already is, but I think, again, with the generative AI, it'll become even more so, because it can do sort of that thought partnership with you around, here's what I'm seeing, here's some possible ideas of how to address it. Oh, by the way, when you say this, I think that's your bias speaking, your whether that's maybe a bias personally you have, or even just like this is what I think is going to work because it's always worked every place I've done it, and not kind of truly looking at the business itself.
Yeah, that's great. It's so tricky too with AI. I mean, I'm sure we've all had the experience where AI is like, yeah, you're thinking about this completely the right way. You're totally right, Brandon. Like, keep going. And then if I say, are you really sure? Because I'm actually thinking, I'm poking a hole in my own argument. And it's like, actually, you're right. Now you're actually correct, right? And so there is a lot of bias awareness, just even with how we prompt AI to always consistently say, you know, don't just tell me I'm right. Like, let's poke holes. But I do love AI as a thought partner. But then how we actually leverage that across systems and across employee populations, you know, but it becomes something where we get a lot more, you know, nuanced and careful, right? So something that came up in the comment, just kind of thinking about skills, and you guys have sort of mentioned this as well, is another type of data, right? Like, what are the skills and capabilities we have in our organization? What do we need? What do we not have enough of? What are we unaware of? And I'm curious how you all are seeing data around, you know, your workforce and skills and capabilities. Like, how does that look in your systems today? And what is like the next turn on that, you know, kind of in this sort of new era that we're in, where we can take our you know, our automation up a notch, or our analysis up a notch, kind of beyond what we might have been doing a few years ago.
So I can address that. I'll try to start and address it. I always say that for years, many years, much before the AI came into our world, that for me the most the most important role that HR should play is make sure the organization is future ready. Always, every day we need to make sure that we are ready for, we are making the organization ready for the future. And it has to do a lot with the new skills. And we are living now in an era that we don't know what we don't know, right? We don't know what will be the new roles or the new skills that we need to bring into the organization. And I think that more than ever, HR need to look outside and work with the ecosystem. We used to work only internally. We used to be the department that working internally and with the organization. And I think today it's not enough anymore. We need to go outside. We need to be much faster than the market. And we need to actually understand between, between the leaves what are coming our way, and sometimes even to invent together with the business, to invent roles that we don't have now, but we might need later. And I think the industry is talking today, moving from, talent management to potential management, right? And from roles management to skills management. And this is exactly why, because we cannot speak roles anymore. We need to gather different skills and make a new role out of it. And I'm talking with leaders those days, and I'm no longer asking them, tell me which role do you want to hire, but actually what skills are you missing? So we will wrap it up in a different way maybe and call it maybe differently, but we will cover and address and mitigate what you need in order, again, to reach the right outcomes of the business. So the entire language actually changed, the entire outlook and the way we think. And also, we need to move very, very fast. And I relate very much to what Kelly said regarding the AI and the GAI, the fact that we need to work with it and to look at it as a co-pilot, a co-worker. And we also talking today about teams who are, half machines, half human, and need to work together. And I believe that the human is reshaping, and making better the machines and vice versa, right? The machines making us better and we make them better. And this is how we can also make the business much better. So I find it very exciting, and I know it can be intimidating sometimes, but I think we need to be open-minded in order to really co-create something which is new and we don't have it yet, and we cannot name it names, right now, but the future is bright, I believe.
Yeah, I love that you're saying that, the machines make us better. We make the machines better. Like hopefully that is where all of this is going, right? That's probably a different panel. So then just kind of thinking about kind of what are those skills? What does the HR function need to have, just like through the lens of data architecture? I wouldn't say 5 years ago that when I was looking to add somebody to my team, I was thinking, I hope that they understand how data flows together. I mean, maybe for certain very specialized roles in like a large organization, sure, if that's their job, but I'm looking for compliance knowledge, and I'm looking for, recruiting. Like there's, the skills are changing to Dalit's, bigger point. But what should we be, how should we be future-proofing our HR teams to make sure that we have this understanding of the fundamental data architecture as a launching point for everything else that we need to build from here? Anybody can jump in on that one.
I think that, sorry, I'll keep it short so I can pass it to you, Dalit. I think there needs to be some level of technical understanding, but I would actually argue that it doesn't need to be very deep, and that one of our jobs as the HR leaders is to kind of explain and teach our HR teams about the data. And it doesn't, again, have to be very technical. It could just be as simple as the pieces of data that the candidate enters or that you are entering, so be very careful about it. When you put it in here, that data is going to go to these other systems. And so you need to be careful about ensuring that the data is accurate. I think in terms of compliance, I would say yes, for especially things like employee relations. They're in a large enough company is probably a center of excellence. Often I've seen it fall in HR operations where there's positions that are dedicated to the compliance in partnership with legal. But I think it's more kind of about teaching the group and sort of bringing them along. One of the things I did kind of around AI and data was I actually formed an HR AI working group. And it was a cross section of people who were scared to death of AI and people who were using AI every day at home. So we just started from like, here's the fundamentals. Here's what AI even is, because sometimes we're forgetting that step and just going to what can it do? How do we use it? And so there's a lot of fear in the organization and in HR around what is AI? How is it going to be used? So even just starting with that, here's what it is. It's not the Terminator. We're not there yet. There's how it's used with regular kind of non-generative AI, with generative AI. Here's the ways we can use it in HR. But again, I think it's some level of data, technical skills, depending on what role they're in. But it's really also on us as the leaders to bring them along.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we've got 5 minutes left. So maybe just a quick round robin of, if you had to audit your organization's HR data architecture today, what would you be looking for? Where would you start, just so that our audience can walk away with something very, very tangible? Maria, why don't we start with you?
Okay, I will be looking into the areas which are really key differentiators for my company. And if my company in that particular time is looking, let's say, for talent development, I will be looking how I can accelerate talent development by leveraging AI. And by the way, there are pretty good resources, AI resources right now, which are accelerating or allowing to accelerate talent development. Some organizations started to leverage AI coaches already. There is no enough resources to coach, like human coach everyone. But AI coach, for example, the other day I was in a conference led by Valex. And they have this Nadia coach. I have personally leveraged it, and it serves the purpose. So many organizations starting to leverage it. Or, for example, Korn Ferry assessments. They are built, the system is built in a way that it allows to personalize pathways, learning pathways for each employee based on the specific assessments, their roles, successes built for their roles, and their needs. So again, looking where we need to contribute as an HR, and then understanding how I can leverage AI to help organizations with that. Because anyway, AI is there. More than 70% of the organizations already leveraging AI. And HR is one of the key stakeholders, shareholders to leverage it. So we better start doing it, otherwise we are late. We just need to consciously doing it. Thank you.
All true. Let's move to you, Kelly. 1 minute on, where would you start if you were looking at your organization's HR data architecture today?
Yeah. So I think the very first thing you have to start with is your organization's architecture and hierarchy. That's one of the areas I've really seen data and dashboards fall apart. is, again, aligning with those other cross-functional areas on what's the top level. Is there a parent company? Are there divisions? Are we calling them the same thing? Are there business units? One of the areas that for me in a prior organization was very difficult was how do we report, and how do the business leaders and the C-suite want to report on the SG&A, the sort of support back office roles, finance, HR. If they're embedded in the business, are we counting them in the business unit, or are we counting them in a corporate support function? Because you're getting very different answers on anything, turnover, hiring, whatever it might be, if you're tracking them in different places. Ideally, you have a way to track in one or the other, and then depending on what executive is looking at it, that may differ, because it's different if we're looking at what are the payroll costs, and that's based on where they're embedded, versus what's the turnover among HR as a whole. So I think that's, for me, that's the very first piece, is again the data definitions, but also that hierarchy of the business and how are the different stakeholders wanting to be able to report on it.
Thank you. And then Dalit, we'll have you close us out in our last minute with where would you start?
Yeah, well,
HR data?
yeah. So very quickly, I would again go with the integration of the data, a bit similar to what Kelly said. Make sure it's also about language, so talking the business language, but also make sure that all the data points in the organization, in the architecture, is they have the same foundation, and to leverage from that.
Awesome. Lots of key themes. Well, thank you all so much for sharing your insights, audience. Thank you so much for your thoughtful comments and discussion on the side. And we will leave you to our next panel, which looks almost as exciting as this one. But thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brennan, and thank you to our panelists. As we think about data and infrastructure, the next natural question becomes, how does all of this translate into employee experience? So just to figure out all this information, our next session is on digital employee experience, designing technology-enabled experiences across the employee lifecycle. And this session will be led by Marilyn, and I will love to bring her on to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marilyn Leister. I am with Beacon HR. I founded Beacon HR about 3 years ago after being in corporate for many years. So I'm excited to introduce the panelists and bring in a little bit more insight on just designing technology-enabled experiences throughout the employee lifecycle.
Thank you so much for the amazing introduction, Marilyn. I am very much excited for this panel, and the floor is all yours. Take it over.
Thank you. All right. Well, I just want to take a moment and introduce the rest of the panelists as well. I'm excited to introduce everyone to the session, and I'll let everyone introduce themselves and take a moment, maybe 3 minutes or so, just kind of introducing where you're from. I'm based in Atlanta, Georgia, also leading the community chapter here in Atlanta. So if anybody is in Atlanta, would love to have you join, and I'll let the team take it on and introduce themselves. Jess, if you want to start off, I just see you on top of my screen.
Sure, no problem. Hi, everyone. I'm Jess. I'm based out of New Hampshire in the USA. I work for a defense contractor. I'm the Director of Human Resources, and I'm also the chapter leader for the Concord, New Hampshire chapter, which is New Hampshire's first Hacking HR chapter.
Thank you, Jess. Susan?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Susan Elligan-Jackson. I work for Pegasystems. I'm the Global Head of HR Service Delivery. I am based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Salvador?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Salvador. I led a digital employee experience for IBM for a few years. So this topic is really coming to my heart. I truly believe that the war for talent will be lost or won based on employee experience. So I'm really looking forward for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvador. Samira?
Hi, I'm Samira. I'm based in Toronto, Canada. I have a background in tech consulting for the past my entire career, but right now I work as a people advisor for a firm and really helping them shaping the right people experiences that they need. So I'm very excited to be here as well.
Well, thank you all so much for introducing yourselves. I'm going to go ahead and start with some questions for everyone on the panel. So I'm excited to get everybody's input. Feel free to jump in as you feel inclined to answer any of these. But we'll start with just really, when it comes to designing that employee experience, how would you say that the digital employee experience influences retention across the life cycle of an employee?
I'm happy to weigh in here. I think, what we've seen across industries and even across our workforce is that it's really carving out capacity for more value add work. And so it's really transforming the time that we're spending on the low hanging fruit and the low value work and more of the administration onto more strategic levers that, our teams can engage in that really help move the business forward.
I can take it.
And I just want to add.
Now. Sure. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that it's also like what you say, but also like about when you talk about retention, right? It's not about just the culture, but it's also like about the daily work, how things are done. For example, like if the onboarding system is very confusing and overwhelming, right? People get confused and it can lead to early attrition. Or if an employee wants to grow, but they cannot find the open roles available on the system or finding the skills, it doesn't become a clear path, right? So it's really like, I feel like retention really gets it's really hard to retain where the clarity and the growth is not there in the system that exists in day to day.
Right, thank you. And I really like to echo that because I think right now it's about employees' expectations. Right now, when an employee deals with a system, with a digital interaction, they expect a consumer grade experience, right? They don't expect anything less. So when they are dealing with HR systems or any system in the company, they're expecting the same or even better experience like that. So this relates a lot to their engagement. This engages a lot with their productivity and with their satisfaction. And so that ties directly into retention, right? Employees that are not happy with experience, they have multiple choices. Experience, especially if they are very talented, they will have the opportunity to go anywhere if they don't have the experience that they deserve and they expect from our organization.
Thank you, Salvador. I often think about just the effect that having, that COVID had on the entire workplace across the globe, right? And one of the things that is certainly here to stay is that remote digital experience, no matter where you are, whether you're onboarding, which is definitely one of the things that the digital experience is highly used for, but also, just the overall employee experience. And now we have automation, we have AI increasingly shaping that experience. Where would you say that organizations draw the line between efficiency, trust, and human judgment when it comes to shaping that employee experience using AI and automation?
Well, I can jump if that's okay. I think the most important thing to consider is that when you're designing HR digital experience, it's not about HR only. It's really about an organizational design. It's about designing what is the experience, what is the process that you want to embrace to make your experience employee better. Let me give you an example. If you want to, let's say, take a vacation, sorry. If you want to take a vacation and you are not able to sorry. So you want to take a vacation and you want your a very easy way to do it. If you want to engage with somebody else, that will really make your engagement very complicated, very, very, very difficult. employees want easy answers. They want easy steps to complete a task. They don't want to be a burden, or they don't want to find a burden in trying to get a solution to the process. So don't try to automate a process that is broken, because that's going to create more complication in our world. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Salvador.
Can I hop in, Marilyn?
Of course. Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I think the biggest mistake that I've seen in my last 3 orgs has been that they buy the technology before they've defined the experience, right? There are very few C-suite level individuals who actually know what a real onboarding experience is like, usually because they're brought in through a separate ecosystem, or they quite honestly had someone else do it for them, right? So they don't really know what that experience is. And then when you're having to define it and defend it for the budget and things like that, you need to know exactly where the gaps are, where does the friction exist, not just for managers or HR, because everyone assumes that the digital employee experience is tied only into those things. But now we're moving into a future where the HRIS is also where they do payroll, scheduling, as Salvador said, doing their vacation request, right? Things like that. It's an all-in-one system. But who is it hard for? Is it only hard for the HR team? Is it hard for every single employee coming through the door? Is it hard for the C-suite to run reports that are meaningful? Really, what is the issue? And then I think the other thing that removes the human aspect and interaction is the over automation. Like, there are things that are great. My last org, someone told me it took me 30 minutes to onboard. I can't believe it was so easy and it was so fast. But the part where you're missing is, but where do we tie in the supervisor or manager to keep that contact warm? And especially, as you said, post-COVID, right, a lot of remote workers, how do we keep that relationship ongoing and warm with that human interaction without it still being that someone has to sit down and fill out a paper I-9 with them, at least for the US, you know? So I think that those are all big concerns, but I really think that just shaping the original definition of what our process is before we purchase the technology and launch it, because people get digital fatigue having to learn a new system, it slows down the process, and then your operational excellence really just takes a hit.
Jess, I could not agree more. And I think the one thing that I think about whenever we're standing these things up across our own organization is we're trying to automate volume and friction, but not judgment or, consequence or trust. And I think really having that infrastructure around the digital ethics behind what you're trying to do really plays a big part.
Thank you all. I think, all very great points. Samira, feel free. I think I saw you.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna add that I agree with everything that you said, and I think for me the most important thing that I've seen, managing digital implementation is really mapping the journey, right? The employee journey, because we focus on, as you said, just buying the tool and putting the tool out there versus what does the employee need? What are the friction points? What are we trying to solve before we're putting the tool together? I've seen organizations where you're trying to, for example, onboard or look for a document, and you have to go through 5 different systems to look for it, right? So that all those things are creating friction point versus how do we standardize it across before we even get to the tool? And I think that's one of the mistakes that we do sometimes.
Samira, thank you so much. I think that leads me, into the question of just where does that digital friction impact employee engagement the most, would you say, from your observations in the employee lifecycle?
Yeah, let me add here. I would say that when we think about employee friction, or we think about the journey, it's very important. And we design for employee journey, right? When we hire, we onboard, we develop, they retire, etc. But I think the most successful aspects is where are the moments that matter for that employee. For example, the first day at work, the first conversation they have with their manager, the first performance setback that they have, the first time they need to ask for a parent leave. So those are really moments that matter, that make a difference for the employee experience. It's a make or break. It's where the friction can happen, right? So I think it's very important to design for the end-to-end journey, but thinking about those moments that matter, that make the employee experience really special and different.
And just to add to that, yeah, for me, I will say like it's literally every day, but the simple tasks. For example, like I'm sure we all been in that situation where you start in a new company and you don't have your laptop for 2 weeks. It happened to me, right? So not having access to that's already like the first friction by joining the first time, or you're looking for a policy and you spend like an hour on the online because you can't find it, right? So those tasks that we might think are small tasks, they're actually important tasks and everyday tasks where friction happen over and over and over.
Thank you so much. How would you say you can measure potentially digital signals that help us identify disengagement? You talked about, Samira, just, starting and having those 2 weeks where you don't have a laptop, but, it does happen. Things like that with digital experiences or technology happens throughout the employee cycle. What could be some digital signals that we could leverage to help identify disengagement?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're doing across our own organization is the pulse surveys on satisfaction. So how are we measuring CSAT? How are we measuring NPS around how employees feel? What's the sentiment? Is what we're doing actually working? I think even things just as simple as ticketing systems, right? People don't necessarily want to go out and ask HR their inquiries. They want to be able to find them in a really digital way. But how does that feel to them? Do they feel like they're still getting the same experience? Is satisfaction going up? Is it tempering out? Is it going down? I think using those data points is really, really important, even in terms of things like average time to closure. If it was taking us 2 days and now it's taking us 30 seconds, right? What does that feel? How does that translate to employees? And so I think that metrics around measuring the digital journey is really important, and it helps us figure out where we need to pivot.
Susan, and Salvador as well, are there any incentives or any strategies that you would highlight or identify in ensuring the employees, in a digital framework, are actually completing those surveys that, like you have a high participation rate in those surveys? I would love to hear some of that strategies that you've put into place.
Right. Yeah. Well, two things. One is all surveys is really essential to really measure the sentiment of how employees are engaging with our different digital tools or digital interactions. But I think the most important thing is to take action on those surveys, right? When you do employee listening, it's great. But if you don't take action, and if the employee doesn't see that you are taking action on what they are saying, it's better not to have any employee listening, right? That's something that we learn also the hard way. The other thing is that when you start to engage your employees in the journey, and you want to simplify, at the end, you want to simplify the interaction. Sometimes in many companies, we have very complex systems. You have a system to, book a travel, a system to request a leave of absence, a system to request payroll changes. So it's very complex. If you really can simplify that interaction, and that's why chatbots have become so popular, right? Because you really put everything a front door to all the complexity of HR systems in the backend. Employees don't care if they are dealing with success factors, with Workday, with Concur. They don't care about that. They only care about a task that they want to accomplish. So the only thing that I would say is it's very important to make sure that employees don't need to struggle to get the response that they need when they need it in an efficient and effective way. And that's how we have learned, right? The value that we can bring when the employee is engaging in a valuable digital experience.
Thank you, Salvador. Susan, you were going to mention, I believe, some strategies as well.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on what Salvador has said, I think it has to be quick. Nobody's going to go through a 5-minute survey. Really, 30 seconds is too long these days, right? So 15 seconds, let's pulse you. Let's figure out what you liked, what you didn't like. How do we drive that back to the experience that you've, that you've received? And I think even the other thing that we're not really that we are focused on is even non-response rates, right? We're turning on all of these digital assistants, but how are they performing? How are we assessing the performance of what we've put into place with digital workers? It's also about, aside from experience, it's also about their performance and their accuracy. And, are they meeting our standards? Are these digital workers meeting our standards? So I think it's twofold.
Thank you, Susan. Jess, Amira, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, at least from my perspective, and hopefully the other panel members have some feedback here, to measure the behavioral KPIs to make sure that it's working as intended. Because I think the other issue too is just training overall. A lot of these services that we use to digitize the employee experience have their own knowledge base articles and trainings, but they're not really effective because it's not one size fits all. Every organization uses different aspects of different programs, and they're not all the same. And we also are in a situation where we're delegating across maybe 6 different generations of workers now. So not everyone is going to start off on the same equal footing with the basic understanding of, well, if I just look for the question mark or I look for this particular thing. And so we've really leaned into at other organizations looking at, as she said, the help desk tickets, right? But what if they just don't ever do the thing, right? Can we track their activity to see when's the last time they logged in? A supervisor hasn't logged in over a week is going to be concerning. How are they checking time punches? How are they monitoring for document compliance? And it's really trying to balance compliance with behavior and also the human interaction where you're providing the support. And so I do think it's also pertinent that to innovate, we do need managers and supervisors to talk to their entry-level employees, just the day-to-day, checking on their one by one, what's working for you, what's not, and then having that open door communication to bubble it up. Just because it's so hard to go through and figure out what it is that's not working without having that communication. And sometimes our surveys go out through the same service that they're struggling with, and they're not going to answer the survey either if they don't understand the basics on how to use their digital tools. And that's why I think that integrating into your tech stack instead of continuing to build on it sometimes is the most important thing, and then having a really good training baseline.
Thank you. Samira, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, just to add on to what you said, for me, I think what I've seen working in the past is like for those surveys, it's really around like for the employee, what's in it for me, right? And you kind of talk about it just like for the managers, really to have those conversations, what's in it for me, and also like seeing the action, like Salvador say, like people want to see that if I answer this survey, then something is going to happen. And a lot of also transparency from leadership around those are the results that we receive. This is what people said, and this is what we're going to be doing. And this is we're actually 6 months later, this is we're actually done, right? So I think a lot of that is around like transparency, communication, and employees knowing that there's something in it for them to actually do it.
Thank you all. Go ahead, Salvador.
Sure. I want to share, we adopted one methodology. It was developed by Norman Nielsen. It's one of the largest company in employee experience. And it's about identifying friction on a specific process. So for example, you lay out and you break down a process in different steps, let's say the onboarding process. And you have a group of user experience experts, and you evaluate what is the process looks like, what each step looks like, and then you define the as-is process. Then, based on employee feedback, you define what is the to-be process. So the gap between the as-is and the to-be, it's what we call a friction index, and we come up with a number, a friction index, a user experience index, but with very specific action plans for each of the steps that we are, laying out. And that has helped us a lot to identify what are the pain points of employees, especially on these moments that matter that I was talking about, when employee talks first to their manager, when they ask for a loan, for example, those important moments. We lay out, we break the process, and we do this step analysis to come up with this index. The methodology is called PURA, P-U-R-A, Pragmatic Usability Rating by Experts, and you can find it in the web. It's by Norman Nielsen. It's very useful. It's very simple. You don't need sophisticated tools to do it. The important thing is that you sit yourself from the eyes of the employee. Forget about the process, forget about the feature and function of your system. Think about from the process, from the employee's perspective. Are they able to achieve what they want to achieve, right? Again, the name is PUR as Richard, E, pure, PURE, if you want to research it. Just wanted to share something that has worked well for us.
Thank you so much, Salvador. I went ahead and I put it in the chat for everyone that wants to look that up. And that really brings in an interesting concept that I think all of you have sort of already mentioned, but I would love for you each to kind of go in a little bit deeper on this. And it's, when we think about the employee experience, everybody is a stakeholder in the organization in the leadership level, right? However, that tends to be owned by HR. So how would you design that stakeholder group, and who would you bring in to ensure that it covers all the key metrics that the company wants to measure, so it's a successful employee experience?
Yeah, I think if we use onboarding as the example, Marilyn, I think HR has the due diligence to go out and really make sure that those stakeholder relationships are solid and in lockstep, and we're thinking about everything as part of the employee experience journey. It doesn't start and stop with HR, but it's really about, and Samira, I think you referenced this, right? Are you in lockstep with your IT counterparts? What about facilities? What's the experience for a remote worker? What's the experience for a hybrid worker or an office worker? How does that feed downstream all the way from my first day in office to getting my first paycheck set up? And I think we can't work in silos during the digital employee experience. We have to really think across the cross-functional teams, and we need to execute against a playbook that's inclusive of all of the key stakeholders and partnerships, and what is their appetite, right, to be on this digital journey with us. Because if you're coming in as a new hire and onboarding is fully digital from an HR perspective, but then you're going to IT and it's really, really manual, that infrequency and pace and automation and efficiency can also disengage and create some retention issues to your population. So I'd say we have a lot of work to do across cross-vertical teams too, to make sure that our strategy and our approach is well aligned.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, exactly what you said. For example, if I think about implementing a performance management system for the employees, you need to involve all the different stakeholders. You need to involve the tech team. You need to involve the manager. You need to involve a learning and development team. You need to involve HR. It's not just the HR process, right? The entire organization needs to be involved, because it really requires mapping. We talked about it, mapping the employee experience. And it's really talking to all the different teams involved to make sure that that experience is seamless for everybody.
Thank you. And Salvador, you had a question. I would love to just I know you already answered it, but feel free to elaborate. The question was, Tim, just how can HR leaders redesign to balance speed and resilience, ensuring agility without sacrificing long-term stability?
Sure. Well, and thank you. That's a great question. I think all of us are asking the same question. I would say that leadership is essential to happen and to make this change happen. An adaptive culture that is prone to open ideas, to innovation, to learn from mistakes, that it doesn't penalize, if you have an error, because that's a way companies can innovate. It's a fact that AI and automation are changing the way we work, and it's going to come with new roles, and new roles will open, old roles will stop existing. And the idea is to move the value chain up level, right? So we want humans to do added value work while doing AI and automation, doing the repetitive automated work. So that involves a cultural change. That involves all these things that we have been talking about, upskilling, reskilling, because that's the essential part that will make companies successful. We cannot stay static. I agree, we need long-term stability, but that's sometimes we need to change the engine of an airplane while the airplane is flying, because it's moving so fast. Technology demands expectations, client expectations, employee expectations. So we really need to be on our toes to understand what's happening. And I think that's what the role of the leader and the role of managers are essential in making and driving success throughout the organization.
Thank you, Salvador. All right. And I think you've each mentioned a little bit of just some strategies to consider. But when you think about the comprehensive digital experience, would love to hear more about just some quick wins that you would make sure that are implemented to ensure that comprehensive digital experience and different touch points of the employee cycle, not just in onboarding, but throughout. And I think, as we look into that retention piece, and we'll touch on that as well, but, how can we ensure that there's just some quick wins that we can at least check off in the variety of structures that are available currently digitally?
Well, I can say start with your employee, right? If you want to design a new tool to do something, capture overtime, whatever, think first from this. Don't start with the tool. Don't start with the technology. That comes later. Start with the employee in mind. Start with designing the process, and then you can think on the right technology. Sometimes we start to jump, and it happened to us, right? Started to jump in shiny tools, and then we had a lot of tools thinking, okay, we have achieved a great automation. But in reality, we were confusing employees, right? So we step back. Just to give you an idea, at some point we had in IBM around 25 different HR chatbots, 25. And it was exciting to build them. It was very easy to build them, but the employee was utterly confused, right? So the idea is we brought them all together to bring a single experience for our employees. And that's what we learned, right? We learned from them. We asked them, we did research. We say, what do you like about this? What do you like about this? So start from the employee, and then it will make easier your job.
Thank you, Salvador. Susan?
Yeah, I think looking internally too, right? Like what's a business need that you have on your own team? Like right now, across our people operations function, we have hundreds and hundreds of SOPs, standard operating procedures. And, a quick win for us is trying to figure out how, digital AI can create some of those from scratch. So we aren't spending hours and hours and hours of time, but yet we're going through our process and it's documenting it for us for some business continuity. So I think looking internally is also a key piece, and it's almost functioning as a pilot before we go out. I'd say the other thing we've done is set up, to Salvador's point, people chat bots. How do we get you your answer before you even come into HR? Or how are we creating AI assistant knowledge articles so that if you have an additional question, we're already giving you the answer and pointing you to the static asset that's going to be able to provide that information to you. And so I think those are really the quick wins that we see with a really high ROI that we might not necessarily think about as a first stop.
Thank you,
And I think too, Marilyn, that some things that we've used, it could be something as simple as a quick win as implementing single sign-on for employees to just make it easy for them to get to where they need to go, and then optimizing the interface for mobile, because most employees these days are not going to just be using that service on their computer, especially if they're working out in the field or they're customer facing. They're going to have their mobile, and really cleaning up that interface to make it easier and removing a lot of the noise, right? Not every employee is going to need the same thing. So taking them by job, family, or role and putting very specific triggers and controls in there that they don't need to see the scheduling app on their mobile device as soon as they log in, if that's not something they need because they're a salaried employee. So we've had a couple of quick wins like that to just make the experience overall easier. And those are just really quick, easy things that we've been able to implement with our service provider.
Perfect. Thank you, Jess.
And just I agree with everything that you said. I think a few things for me that I've seen in the past that work, it's really like remove the tool clutter, right? Like not having like one tool for chat and one tool for this, like maybe having like one tool where you log in and you can like, you don't have to like use like Teams and Slack and Zoom to chat. But also like automated things, right? For example, like improving the response time. If you have to submit a request and then it takes like 10 days to approve a 1 day vacation time, then that doesn't work, right? So we need to be able to automate certain requests. And I think the most important that everybody kind of talked about is really like talking to the employees, right? Like really asking them like what frustrates them, what's slowing them down, and starting from that point of view.
Thank you. How would you each describe or what have you seen in your organizations in how the digital employee experience has influenced just retention across the employee's life cycle?
I think engagement, right? I mean, employees want the tools to keep up with this Gen AI revolution. They want the training and the development, and I think engagement is really a key lever for retention. And I think we touched on it, I think, at the top of the hour, but really carving out that capacity for them to be able to work on some of the higher value tasks and work that they envision for their own career development has really been a retention driver.
Yeah, I fully agree with Susan. I think when you think about an employee able to achieve what they want to achieve, and they see the digital interaction as something natural, as something that they don't need to fight with. So, for example, if you have a process that you need to explain via FAQs or videos or guidelines, then there's something wrong. The process has to be so intuitive for an employee that they can save a lot of time by executing whatever they need through our, digital tools, well-designed digital tools. So at the end of the day, the employee that loves the experience, and that's what I was saying at the beginning. The war for talent will be lost or won based on experience. I didn't say that. It was McKinsey who came up with that statement, and I fully agree with that because now that's a key differentiator. Together with salary, together with infrastructure, whatever, but the experience, it's really a deal breaker in any organization right now.
Thank you. All right. Well, would love to hear from each of you if possible. Just what part of today's employee experience investments do you think organizations will regret not thinking or rethinking sooner, sooner than what we're currently living, right? So I feel like things now are just exponentially faster. So as leaders look back in time and say, I should have X, Y, and Z, what are some of those things that you've seen or you've identified already that are a must, but there could be some current delay that doesn't let leaders kind of kick it off, but would be critical in what's to come?
I think we've got to focus and invest just as much on the front end user experience as we do on the back end too. So, if your UX is phenomenal and, it's a really, really great, nice, shiny experience on the front end, but then on the back end, it's a disaster and you're using all these resources to keep up with what that amazing UX is, we've got some work to do, right? And I think that might be overlooked in the race to get to the end and stand something up and operationalize something that we know our workforce would love. And so I think we need to keep our eye on the logistics and the governance and the infrastructure on the back end too.
Yes, and I would like to echo in the chat, there's Angela Pearson saying something very true. I don't think we don't want to boil the ocean when we try to implement a new technology or trying to solve a business problem. Let's focus on the key. That's what we did right now. We focus on the three key processes that employees have, or managers have more pain about. So we took those, we broke down those processes, and we tried to automate whatever we could or improve the digital experience. But again, we started with the process, not with the technology, and we started small and then we scale later. But I think if we start small, just taking 2 or 3 processes at the beginning, it can help you find your strengths, your opportunities, and then continue expanding until you have the full organization, fully digitized as per your goals.
And just to add to what you both said, I think for me another one that I will say is really looking at the data that we have. We have tons of data. We have surveys. We know what employers using, they're not using. Like really use that data proactively and not wait until it's too late. Those signals can help us identify friction early on. And let's use technology for that, right? Like now AI is here, so let's use that to really know what's going on before things are already bad.
Yeah, and I agree. I think digital experience should be measured by the true experience or the improved experience, not by adding new features or functions to your systems. Maybe you can have beautiful AI systems that do a lot of stuff, but if nobody uses it, then what's the point, right? So I think the most important thing is not about the features and functions of the technology. It's about what is the business need or the employee need that you are really solving through the technology.
Thank you. Thank you. It's interesting because this is definitely one of those big hot topics that everyone and every organization wants to be ahead of, right? But it is also because it's evolving. It could be complex, but at the end of the day, it's about the employee experience. It's just it's delivered digitally. And so, would love to get, one takeaway that you would all like to share with the audience in regards to, really just focusing. And a lot of you have already mentioned, the key strategies and just the key things to look out for and how to structure. But if there was one thing that you would, encourage leaders to look at, what would that be?
Happy to start. I think failing to design for constant change, right? Like we've got to make sure that we're staying at pace with how quickly and rapidly this change is occurring, which means the digital experience that you might have designed 6 months ago is totally different than today. And so I think it would behoove us to not keep up. And so that's really what we're focused on here is how do we keep up with just the incredible pace and make sure we're designing for a year out and not 3 months out.
Thank you, Susan.
And for me,
Yeah,
I was going to say my takeaway will be simplifying, right? We tend to, no, go ahead. I was going to say simplifying. We tend to have we want a lot of system. We want complicated things. We want like shiny stuff. But really simplifying is the way to go for the employee and make that experience very seamless, I would say.
Thank you, Samira.
Yeah, I would say, and that's a mantra that we followed many years in our company. It's 3 words: eliminate, simplify, and automate. But in that order, and that's a crucial thing. Eliminate. First, eliminate any redundant process that you may have. Second, simplify whatever you can, and then automate. So if you start the other way, then you're going to end up putting a lot of tech layers or digital layers on top of broken processes. So that's why the order is so important. Eliminate, simplify, and automate.
Thank you, Salvatore. Any other input or any questions from the audience? Well, I'm excited to announce our next panel is Efficiency Meets Empathy, Rethinking Hiring with AI. Definitely something that is critical to most organizations, but, just again, to build upon this digital experience after onboarding, then comes hiring, and just, again, the focus on continuing the employee experience at all the different touch points, whether it's retiring or, onboarding and hiring. So excited. Thank you all for joining us today and sharing your expertise with the audience. And thank you, audience, also for joining us during this time and participating and getting more feedback on just the different methods and frameworks that, people are implementing in their organizations that have been shown to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. From experience design, now we are moving into one of the most dynamic areas of digital transformation, which is AI in hiring. And this is a very special panel, and it is going to talk about the efficiency that makes empathy, rethinking hiring with AI. And in this session, you can expect to explore balancing automation and human judgment, improving efficiency without losing empathy, responsive AI in recruiting. So I look forward to this one, and let's give it a moment for our moderator and panelists to join.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
What's going on?
How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing well. How about you, Eric?
Doing good, man. Glad we could connect. So
likewise. Amber, how are you?
Doing great. Excited to be back on stage with you.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll make this one fun. It's funny. I don't know if the people that are watching know that we don't actually see each other before we come on stage. So we got to get like our little 10 seconds of catch up before we kick off the session. I think we're just
nothing waiting
wrong
with that. A little banter.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I see Adam was on, but he just popped off. So I don't know if we need to let him on the stage or that's maybe a question to the Hacking HR folks. I don't know if he's off stage and needs to be let back on or if he's having trouble connecting.
Oh, Jossa, can you just try and see if Adam is trying to jump in? Okay, so he is not yet here. So we could go with a round of introductions before Adam could jump in once he's back.
All right. Yes. So hey, everybody, and I'm going to ping Adam to
I'm right here.
Oh, he's here.
Set start time 10. He's still early.
Yeah. We got a couple minutes.
Hey, everyone.
I was ready to go full MC, Adam.
You'd do a better job than I would.
No. You're the best. All right, let's do it. I think, Adam, we're live. We're ready to roll.
Oh, We are live.
Yes, we are live.
Just know,
Just to be clear.
clearly you
Well, I
are
guess
better
my
at doing-
preface then was good that like we all don't see each other before we go on. So I don't think
I told you you're better at doing this than I am. All right. And this is like my third or fourth time doing it. Well, welcome everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all. Thank you for joining us on Efficiency Meets Empathy, Rethinking Hiring with AI. I am your host, Adam Kazansky. Don't be fooled. I actually have done this before, and it's gone a lot smoother at the intro. Amber, it is a pleasure to see you again. Eric, a pleasure to meet you. And Josh, of course, always good to see you. So thank you so much for joining. We're going to wait about a minute or two and let other people join. We do have a start time of 1 p.m. Eastern. So make sure that everyone's able to hop in. But I think while we're waiting for people to hop in, we can get some of the introductions rolling. So that way at 1 o'clock, we could get right into the heart of the topic. So first off, I'd like to introduce our attendees here today. We have Josh Tolan. Josh, if you'd like to provide a background for yourself as well as your organization and how our HR team is structured.
Yes. So Josh Tolan, CEO of Spark Hire. We are a hiring software vendor. Adam will do a little bit of a readout too about the company. In terms of our organization, we are just under 100 people. We have an HR function that is doing all things HR, recruiting being one of those. But we also, as an organization, have very, I would say, like hiring manager led process. So we expect all of our managers to be heavily involved in the processes, given just the size of the company and the size of their respective teams. So it's really a collaborative effort. But yeah, that's kind of like, I guess, structure of the company. I guess also we're remote. So we're spread across about a dozen countries all throughout the world. That certainly brings its own unique set of challenges when it comes to recruiting and just collaborating with stakeholders that might be in different time zones. But we certainly make it work. We think we're doing a pretty good job.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Up next, Amber, again, a little introduction on you, the company, and the structure of your talent acquisition team.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Amber. Nice to meet you all. I'm a senior talent partner at 1Password, where I'm supporting security, R&D, and product hiring. So I partner really closely with our technical leaders to build out our our security, engineering, and product teams. So most of my day lives in the tension we are talking about today, like how do we move quickly without lowering the bar or losing thoughtfulness? And so right now, our team leverages like an embedded talent partner approach where we're aligned to different business units. So we believe that being really close to the work, really close to the teams ultimately changes how you think about hiring. So, when we really understand what good looks like, we can be better partners to the business. But 1Password specifically, we're an identity security company and really excited to kind of be at the forefront of all things how AI is evolving AI is evolving the identity security landscape. So that's a little bit about me.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Eric, turn it over to you last but not least to talk a little bit about yourself, your role, and your talent acquisition team.
Sure. So I think, first, I'm one of those people like most HR people that kind of fell into HR a long time ago. I had an original career in radio, was running radio stations here in the US. So a lot of music stuff we can talk about on another podcast. But current team, Medit, we're a global digital dental company. A lot of international conversations I have to have as I hire for the Latin American team as well as the US team. I'm the sole recruiter and HR person for the US branch here, which manages Latin America. I do have an HR coordinator / office admin that helps with a lot of the details, a lot of the things that, I just don't have time to do. So we have an intraoral scanner and a software that allow the dentist to scan the patient's mouth and it makes a 3D replica of the patient's mouth in front of them, digital file that can then be sent for crowns, bridges, clear aligners, night guards, mouth guards, that sort of thing. So excited to be here and get the conversation rolling.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And thanks again, everybody, for the introduction. Again, I am Adam Kazansky, Senior Director of Commercial Revenue at Spark Hire. And we are one of the proud sponsors for this event. So I do want to give everyone here a little bit of background about who we are and what we do. And then directly from there, we'll dive into the questions. Okay, so we help lean hiring teams create a more human, connected, and consistent hiring process, especially when resources are really thin and AI usage is high and consistently getting higher, as we see from the trends. Our platform makes it easier to truly get to know candidates beyond what's on a resume while automating the busy work that slows down hiring teams. We help you screen, assess, and select candidates using one-way videos, a predictive behavioral assessment, and an easy-to-use applicant tracking system. Best part, it's all modular. You can either go with the whole thing or find specifically what works for your team and move forward with that. So we are an incredibly flexible solution in that regard. So in short, Spark Hire exists to spark meaningful connections, bringing employers and talented individuals together in a faster, more authentic way. Okay, let's dive in. So I want to set the stage first. I want to talk a little bit about this modern hiring paradox that we have. So when you hear the phrase human first hiring, what does that mean to you? And we'll start with Amber on that one.
Yeah, love this question because I think it is very relevant, especially as we're introducing more tools that leverage AI. But I think when I hear that phrase, I first pause because it does mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Sometimes it means warmth, sometimes it means avoiding automation entirely. But for me, I think it is when someone feels genuinely considered. So removing the kind of manual tasks from it and creating those actual engaging conversations where curiosity and those conversations and deep connections actually take place.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Anybody else want to chime in on what that phrase human first means to you?
Yeah, I mean,
Sure. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh,
No,
yeah, I
go
was
for
just gonna
it.
say, one of my, I'm trying to trademark this. Maybe it already is a trademark. I didn't look and make a T-shirt or something, but you can't hire people you don't talk to. It's one of the mantras that I use all the time, right? Like, it's true. You can't hire people that you don't talk to. So, I mean, it's always going to be human first from that perspective. Like, you have to have a conversation with people. You have to understand, what's their why, right? Is it the right time, right place in their life, right? That's the one thing that AI is going to have a tough time from a paper resume. Do they have a family? Do they have kids? Are they trying to get to the kids' sporting events, right? Hire a lot of salespeople, a lot of traveling, multi-state salespeople. It's going to be tough for someone if they want to hit all their kids' sporting events, right? So it's just understanding their life. And is this the right role? I know you want the job and you want to make the money, but is this the right role for you right now? So, yeah.
Yep. I mean, ditto. I think it's really a blend of what both of you said. I think I think often human first hiring is misunderstood as we have to have this like immaculate hands-on experience where we have like this concierge type of hiring process. In an ideal world, you'd bring every single candidate in, you'd have a cup of coffee, you'd learn about them, you'd learn about their interest in the role and all those things. The reality is in the market that we're in and just in the times that we're in, that's just not feasible. So I think it's less about like human first is less about the process per se and more about like what Amber said, we want to make sure that every candidate feels considered. And like what Eric says, we want to talk, we want to hear from every single candidate that's qualified for the position. So to me, a lot of that comes back to like, what's a fair process? What's making sure there's equal opportunity? All those types of things are really, to me, what human first means on top of leading with empathy and other things I'm sure we'll talk about today.
Excellent. So my next question, Eric, will go to you. As we see more and more technology, more automation, and more AI, do you feel like there's an overall trend of recruiting and hiring becoming a more transactional type of process?
Yeah, because it goes both ways, right? I mean, as a candidate, it's all about like, I'm going to throw resumes out, right? So you're using AI to write your resume. You're using AI to figure out maybe where to apply. And you know, it's a lot of like mass outreach from the candidate side. And then what that means for us is we're also getting a lot of resumes that are unqualified, right? I mean, I can't tell you, I don't know the percentages, but I mean, what, 90% of the resumes I get probably aren't even close. So, I mean, just, it is becoming more transactional as people use AI on both sides.
Excellent. Amber, curious what your thoughts are on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone intentionally sets out to make things transactional, but my perspective is that there is sometimes a capacity problem. Recruiters are constantly being asked to do more. We're being asked to, and now as the influx of AI, it's making it more complicated to kind of get through the polish to get that actual depth and signal. And so I think sometimes it comes down to a capacity problem, and we need to make sure we're designing for those personal moments and making it less transactional as we scale.
100%. Yeah, I would say it is if you let it. I think with AI, with automation, with all the tools and the democratization of these tools that are out there for both candidates and for employers, it's very easy to fall in the trap of using those tools in the pursuit of pure efficiency or scale or whatever term you want to use. But I think what Amber pointed out is very real, that it's creating a big capacity problem for a lot of teams. And so really, when you're using these tools, if you reframe it in the pursuit of creating the capacity or creating the bandwidth, which is efficiency, but it's about then how you reinvest that capacity that you create into the process to develop more meaningful relationships with candidates, to make the process feel more human. So, you know, all that to say, I think it can very much become very transactional if all you're in the pursuit of is efficiency with these tools, either on the job seeker side or employer side. But I think what you really have to balance is, yes, it will drive efficiency, but what do you do with that capacity and how do you use it to drive a more human first process?
Yeah, absolutely. And with the advent or the inclusion now of AI and additional technologies, there is a big push for efficiency. And I think there's always a balance that HR has had where improve your time to hire, improve your apply to hire, and get those numbers as tight as possible. But how do we do that while still making it a great candidate experience? Those seem to be in conflict. So Amber, what is the biggest tension between efficiency and empathy in hiring?
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily opposites. I think you can do both and do both really well if you're being intentional in designing for that. So how I would be approaching that is, how am I what am I doing with that extra time? Kind of like Josh was saying, that I now have made these things more efficient. Am I now replacing that time I've saved with more administrative tasks on other areas? Or am I replacing it with opportunities to have that human connection? So it's when we find those time saving pieces, it's then replacing that with those opportunities to have better meaningful conversations with candidates, to drive better calibration with hiring managers so that we can get better signal from interviews and they feel more natural and more conversational rather than interrogative. So I think it's really what we do with that time that we get back that's going to make the most meaningful impact.
Eric,
Yeah.
Seems like you're gonna jump in there.
Well, no, this is probably the number one thing I struggle with as a sole person. I'm constantly, as I get a Teams call. No, I constantly, you know, like, I'm recruiting, I'm getting candidates, I'm pushing through the pipeline, but like, it's hard to have time to follow up with everybody all the time, right? I do the best I can, but I'm one person. But I mean, I'm messaging people on LinkedIn like, sorry, you didn't get the job at 8 o'clock at night, you know? So efficiency is tough when you're trying to be empathetic. You know, it depends on your team size. You know, you try to do the best you can, and, you know, you're going to miss some people, but, you know, you try to do the best you can. You want to let people know, especially if they got far through the process, like you should let people know, hey, you didn't get the job. If they did one interview and you had 15 people go farther, I just do the best I can, try to let people know where they stood in the process. And at least if they didn't get the role, hey, you didn't get the role. So.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's something that is just a challenge with hiring in general from all sides. Like, we all could have a little bit more empathy about the hiring process and what, teams are facing behind the scenes. I think, you'll read a lot of stuff on LinkedIn about recruiters and what's going on, but a lot of it is just from assumptions of what's going on behind the scenes. And a lot of those assumptions just come from a lack of communication or clarity about what is going behind the scenes and what the process does look like and how you are communicating with your candidates. And so I think it's one of those things where it doesn't have to be one or the other. And you also, it's hard to strive for perfection. Like Eric said, if you're a one-person team and you've got HR on your plate on top of recruiting, you're not going to be able to build the most ideal process, and you're not going to be able to do it on a short time frame. So really, to me, it's about as you create that capacity, whether it's tools or structure you put in place. To Amber's point, it's how you're reinvesting that capacity, but really to just take one step forward. So maybe it's hey, right now we're not doing a great job of getting back to candidates after X stage of the process. Well, maybe that's the one thing that you should go out to fix. So when you implement this AI that's helping you review resumes faster, that extra time, put it back into a few hours to make sure that your communication and your process for getting back to candidates is sound. So I think it's really just finding that balance of how do you continue to take, one step forward in the way that you communicate with your candidates and the transparency that you provide and all of those things that, really could be summed up with empathy in the hiring process. And as a result, I think what you get back from candidates is a little bit more empathy. I'm sure if you got back to candidates, even if it was a no update, just saying hey, we're really busy, but I just want to let you know that we're still going through X, Y, and Z. We expect to get back to you next week. I'm sure you'd get a lot of thanks so much for the updates, a lot of appreciation. So again, don't strive for perfection. I think it's just one step at a time, just trying to find that balance of redeploying efficiency into empathy-led practices.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember in the world when I was applying to jobs, and even if it was 2-3 weeks after I interviewed, still just getting that email and being all right, they acknowledged I was in the system and I was kind of waiting to hear back, it still goes a long way. But Eric, I want to go back to something that you had said earlier. You were talking about how candidates are using AI and 90% of their resumes are off the mark, but the volume is probably super high. Yep. How has this changed the dynamic for you, seeing the volume tick up and not knowing who's real, whose resume is real, whose resume is not real? How have you reacted to that?
I mean, I have to scan more resumes. I mean, that's what it is. I'm just screening. I just had a product marketing manager role here. I think in a month I got over 400 resumes. And it says at the top, must have healthcare, medical device experience, right? Well, I don't know all the medical device companies in Southern California. So if people apply, I don't know what this company is or that company is. And people will all say they have medical information or medical device experience, right? So it's a lot of extra time. But I have downloaded resumes, put them in the chat GPT and said, which of these people work at companies that have medical device products, right? So I'm just trying to use AI to be more efficient in ways like that so that I don't waste my own time. I'm just trying to save time wherever I can, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Amber, where have you seen that, or how have you seen that dynamic shift, especially what does your team report back to you?
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a different challenge. Between fraudulent candidates and candidates leveraging AI to enhance their resumes and really position themselves strongly against the criteria of the job description, even with an AI resume review filter or tool like what we have with Ashby specifically, you're now trying to dive into the depth of the overarching signal. And so I actually think we're going to see an evolution to using more pre-screening tools as AI continues to evolve. And that's just the natural flow, I think, that we're headed, because this can be such a challenge. So things that we're doing right now is leveraging more of the application questions to get more real life signal. So in Eric's case, maybe it's an application about, do you have actual experience working at this, like a medical supply company? And, leveraging that as a tool to help us prioritize which resumes we're looking at first. And that's not to say that we ignore all the other ones. It just is a tool for doing that. But then on our end, it's about being really intentional about what signals we need to get out of those early stage screening calls and how we can actually get the depth of signal. Because even as candidates use AI to help them prep and things like that, it is just challenging to get to the root of, have you done this and what is the impact you've made? And a lot of that is starting to transition into those performance-based questions, even in an early stage screening call.
Yeah, and what I love about this panel is you're all giving answers that like naturally lead to the next question. Thank you. And Amber, you just said something that leads to my next question. You said, one of the things we're thinking about is leveraging more pre-screening tools. And my question that I had written down is, when do pre-screening tools fall short when it comes to understanding candidates as people? So there's, again, another balance, like, let's include more pre-screening, but how do you not let that get you steps further away from understanding who a candidate is as a person?
Yeah.
I'm happy to jump in here. Amber, go ahead as well. I think what you hit on in your last answer was great. I think it's less about the tool and it's more about like what your inputs are into the tool. So if you're using any type of pre-screening question or pre-screening tool, it's first important to make sure that what you're doing is aligned with the role that you're hiring for. And the questions that you ask are specific to the evaluation criteria you have for that role. But you need to take it a step further into Amber's point, performance-based questions, behavioral questions, whatever term you want to use to label the questions, being able to draw on real world experiences from a candidate's past or situational questions about how they might behave in the future. To me, it's like if you design whatever type of pre-screening tool, so it's whether it's questions you need to come up with or some type of assessment that you're using, you want to design them around the competencies that you're looking for in the role, but ask questions where it's not like yes or no, or something that they could just look up in ChatGPT and form an answer for, like anything that makes them draw on specific concrete examples about what they did, what the results were, etc. Like, to me, that's how you really get to the root of what a candidate has done and what their potential is. And that's kind of the challenge right now at the front end of the screening process, is like resumes just aren't telling that story anymore. And so that's what's creating the need, like Amber said, for additional pre-screening work by recruiters at the front end of the process, which creates challenges for folks like Eric that are, one person team trying to do that additional workload on top of everything else that's going on.
Yeah. Go for it, Eric, please.
No, I was going to say there's also two types of questions. Like there's who are they as a person, getting to know them questions, and then there's job specific, job function questions. And those are two different conversations that you have to weave into one, right? For me, like, and I maybe I'm attacking a different question here that we're trying to answer, but for me, like, I want them to explain their day-to-day, especially like I don't do your role. And a lot of times I don't know how a medical device product person works, right? So you should be able to, if you really are good at your job, you should be able to explain to me your job in a way someone like me can understand. That's how I feel, right? If I ask you what you do and I leave 2 minutes later and I have no idea what you're talking about, like, to me, then I don't think you really are the right fit, right? Then on the personal side, like this goes back to my radio days. I did an internship with Howard Stern, love him or hate him, but he's really good at getting to know people, right? Because he made them feel comfortable. So I've always initiated that and try to do that with all my interviews. Like, I never have a preset list of questions ever. I blind do every interview. I want to have a conversation. Okay. Obviously I have some context of things I want to ask, but like, I don't go, all right, thank you, Josh, for joining me today. What is your biggest weakness? Like, I never have like a set of questions. I don't want it to feel like a numbered interview, right? I want it to feel like I'm here to spend time with you. I'm here to get to know you, right? And I get comfortable with people, and then they end up opening up, right? Like once you get people to just kind of calm down, realize like, hey, we're just having a conversation. Is this the right fit for you? I don't even call them interviews. Actually, I call them discovery calls, because like I don't want to set up this like this is an interview. We must get to the bottom. Like I want it to just be a natural, like let's just get to know each other. So there you go.
Absolutely. And Eric, I'll bring the next question to you because it, again, builds off of something that you're talking about. It sounds like you lean very hard into being personal and not having an impersonal experience for the candidate. And my question here is, so many leaders, many people who lead talent acquisition teams, they worry that automated or asynchronous screening can feel impersonal using some of these pre-screening tools. Where do you think that perception comes from, that these tools can create an impersonal experience?
So 100%, they think that they're going to lose top candidates because they don't want to do it, right? Like Spark Hire, right? I mean, not trying to prop you guys up too much, but I've used Spark Hire for a long time. The number one pushback I get about a one-way video, for instance, is people aren't going to want to do it. Like I don't want to. They're afraid that it's different and that people just won't want to do it. So you're going to miss people, right? And my response is always, if somebody wants the job, they're going to do my interview process. So I use it as a weed out tool. Like it's fine if you don't want to do my interview process, then that's fine. You can go somewhere else. Like you don't have to do it. That's the great thing about applying for jobs. Like you don't have to do anything. Like so I use it. It's a weed out tool for me, and that's how I use it. So
excellent. Amber or Josh, any thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, happy to jump in. I think there's also a transparency issue. I think if we can explain to leaders why we're using the tool, how it's being used, and where the judgment ultimately is coming from, because at the end of the day, we're still reviewing the materials. We're still making that human judgment because we have the context, we have the understanding, we know the team dynamics. And on the candidate side too, it's the same thing. And if, to Eric's point, if they don't want to do it, come appeal me. Tell me why you don't want to do it and take that extra step. And maybe there is an accommodation we make and I'll accept it because you took that extra step to say, hey, this isn't going to work for me and this is why. So I don't think it necessarily puts top performers or top talent out of the process. I think there's ways to adjust it based on different people's needs, but ultimately telling candidates and sharing with candidates, like, this is why we use this. This is how we're using it. But know that we're still, a human is still reviewing every single question, every single answer, every single response. And so, yeah, ultimately, I think it really comes down to clarity, transparency, and that's what's going to make technology feel more human in the end.
And one other thing, like, I'm not cold, right? Like, so I have I have a link. I have a link in every message that I send that says, if you have a question about this process or anything, book time on my calendar, right? Calendly link. Like it's, I'm available. Like if people message me on LinkedIn, they can book time on my calendar. If they have a question about a Spark Hire interview or an AI tool that we're using or whatever, like they can call me and ask me and I'll tell them why we're doing it. Like, which for Spark Hire, I'm like, hey, look, like I'm trying to speed up the process for you. Like you get to record an interview whenever you want. Like you don't have to do it during the middle of the day when you're at work. And then, for me, it goes right to the hiring manager. So, you're going to get seen by the hiring manager no matter what, like directly, right? And it just, for me, I tell them it's speed, right? For both ways.
Yeah, I think you both nailed it. And Amber, I love what you said about transparency. That's ultimately what we see as a big success factor when organizations are using some type of pre-screening tools. Like, how do they communicate this both internally to hiring managers, but more importantly, externally to their candidates? Like Eric just said, like, what is the reason we're using this? Why is this our process? How have we decided on this? And I think like when you can include that in your communication, when you're asking somebody to do something and they can understand the why, it leaves less room for interpretation as to why. And I had a conversation the other day with Beth Wolf, who, Amber, I know you know, and we were talking about assuming positive intent in the hiring process, and that goes both ways. And there was a whole conversation about empathy in the hiring process. I think the challenge is it's really hard for candidates to assume positive intent because they've dealt with so many different employers, and there's like almost this lack of trust. And some of it's just because naturally the hiring process, there's a little bit of a black box on the back end of they can't see what's all going on behind the scenes. But leading back to the beginning of our conversation, when we talk about reinvesting time and reinvesting the efficiency you create, it's those areas that you should be reinvesting in. So the transparent communication with your candidates, explaining the why, sharing how this process is actually better for them, because Amber, to your point at the beginning, we want to hear from all qualified candidates. And the constraints that we have at our capacity right now don't allow us to do that without the use of XYZ tools. So I think the more you can communicate that, the better reception you'll receive internally and externally.
No, go for it, please.
One last thing I was going to say, also like from an empathy standpoint, every candidate's in a completely different place. I mean, there's some people that I talk to that have had the same job for 10 years and they've never been laid off before, So they don't understand this hiring process stuff. They got a job out of college, or they went from a friend of a friend to a friend. They were never unemployed. And then they find themselves in their mid 30s or early 30s. And they're like, oh my God, life's going to end. I don't know what's going on. Like I've never been in this position. Right. So, understanding that, like, people might have additional questions on what this is and why it is. Right. Because, it's what happens. Right. Like I've been in startups. So, I've been unemployed multiple times, right? Like I understand the process, right? But a lot of people, they're in different stages of unemployment and having been unemployed or not unemployed ever before. So,
Adam, I want to say one thing. Eric, that's such a good point. And I think it all ties back to empathy, and it ties to the use of AI and other tools in the processes. Yeah, there's some people that just haven't been in the job market for a while, and so they're unfamiliar with these things. And so as recruiters, we can't assume that everybody's just going to understand what we're doing and why, which hence the importance to communicate. And then also internally, same thing with hiring managers, right? Like some of them may be very, very infrequent hirers. Maybe it's the first time they've ever hired in their life. And so having empathy there and taking the time to explain why we're doing certain things is super important. And Amber, maybe I'm setting you up here for a question. But I know, like with your psychology background, psychological safeties in creating that in the hiring process is really, really important to you. And I feel like that's just such a good tie-in to what we're talking about, is like almost assume people know nothing and over communicate to create that safe space where they can put their best foot forward.
Yep. All comes back to transparency and clarity.
Excellent. And this is all great. And it's also, being mindful that, I think it's going back to something you were saying before, Eric, that thinking about their experiences, pretty much every candidate that you're interviewing at some point had a negative experience in the hiring process somewhere and holds on to that a little bit. And sometimes they hold it with whoever they interview.
Adam, I still hold on to my first ever recruiting job. I won't name the company. I started day one and I was filling out a parking form. And at the bottom, it said, add a credit card. And I said, oh, do you guys have a credit card? And they're like, oh, no, you have to pay for parking, $200 a month. And I'm like, no surprises, right? Like, come on. So, I mean, I still hold on to that one. And that was a long time ago. But it's one of my other mantras is no surprises with the candidate throughout the process. I want to make sure when they start day one, everything we told them from the start of the process to the end is exactly what we said, right? So, but I still hold on to that one instance from a long time ago. So
I get it. All right. I think we have time for like two more questions. Amber, the next one's going to be directed at you. And Amber, it stacks on top of something you said a while ago when we had spoken, and I steal it. And every now and again, I take full credit for it because I like it so much and I have no shame in saying it. You said AI should empower talent acquisition professionals and not replace them. I think that that is just such a powerful statement. So as we see AI getting more involved in recruiting and it's reducing that administrative burden, what should hiring teams now be doing more of?
Yep, love this question. I think we've seen such an interesting shift in recruiting from being these order takers that are doing just the administrative tasks. Then the move positioned us as strategic partners and advisors. Now we're moving into this evolution, especially with AI, where we can be the designers and architects of the system. And that is our bread and butter, and that is what we know. That's where our expertise is going to be most valuable. AI is empowering me to now create those designs before I even talk to a hiring manager. I can come to the conversation, to the intake with, this is the job description based on what I know. This is the interview loop that my recommendation would be. These are the interview questions that I have found success in how we've evaluated people across 1Password. And then we iterate and define from there. So we're no longer in the passenger seat. We're no longer waiting on other things. I have an opportunity to be in that driver's seat, and I'm winning that race today. So I've loved this evolution, and this is what gets me so jazzed and excited for AI, is because it empowers me so much to be more proactive instead of reactive, which is only giving me time back for better calibration, for better support for my interviewers, because realistically, your interviewers are going to make or break this process, right? And so I have more time to spend with them to calibrate them and make sure that they're good and they know what they're accessing, what signals to look for, what great looks like, and more time for candidates, more time to spend on touch points, more time to usher them through the process, better prep. So I get really fired up about it because I'm super excited. I love that it has given so much empowerment to recruiters. And again, it's going to come down to what we do with it, how we use it, and how we put that investment of the, judgment back into the people's hands. So, and let AI take care of the system's work.
Absolutely. And definitely open this up to Josh and Eric as well to provide any additional thoughts on what recruiters can be doing with that time that's now opened up by introducing AI a little bit into the process.
Yeah, I'll say, I think it's enabled recruiters, to summarize like what Amber said, really is to work less in the process and more on the process. Pull yourself out of the weeds a little bit and focus on the things that maybe you didn't have the time to focus on before, such as candidate communication, hiring manager training or calibration, all these things that help run a smoother process. You have the opportunity to work on these things and take more ownership and control of the process, because you have less time with the admin layer, with the research, with the content creation. All of these things can be supplemented by AI. And with that additional capacity, it allows you to focus on these other areas that you previously couldn't touch, which ultimately is going to help you build a much better process.
And just helping you understand the role. I mean, I wish I would have had this when I was at Kaleo Software back in the day. We were hiring a data scientist. We all knew we needed one. Nobody had any idea what the heck we were supposed to look for. I mean, it was like, and so I ended up having to hire an advisor and do all these things. I wish I would have had AI to help me understand what to look for, for things like that, right? So, but yeah, if you're not using AI in your day-to-day, you're going to get left behind. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, you should be using, not overusing, but most people I know, if you're using AI in your day-to-day, like, you're just efficient. You're able to, organize things, learn, and just be quicker to hire because you understand little minute details. I mean, my ChatGPT I've had for 2 years, like, it knows my company and how I hire in and out. Like, it learned from me. I can ask about specific hiring managers, like, and I mean, it knows how to. It's pretty good at like giving me an 80% summary, 75% good summary that I can edit, right? Where I can just quickly get what I need when I need it. So.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So this does give me time to ask one final question to everyone. And I always like to end these with something that the listeners and the viewers can take away and actually do. Eric, we'll start with you. I think we started with Amber with the last question, so we'll start with you with a final question. What's one small shift organizations can make to become more human first without slowing everything down?
I mean, wow. There's a lot of things you could do, but I mean, for me, you know, this is so basic, but that little Calendly link that I put in there, I mean, just being available. I mean, being allowing people to book time on your calendar. I'll even say on LinkedIn to message me, you know, like send me a message. Like, you still have to be available for people, right? Like, no matter how busy you are, or how busy your teams are, you have to find time to be available for them. So however you can do that. And again, I know you don't want to waste time yourself, but you know, you can learn how to have conversations quicker with people. But yeah, just trying to be available the best you can.
Great. Amber, how about you?
I would say before opening a role, spend 30 minutes defining what great really looks like. So not just years of experience, actual tangible outcomes. What impact does this person need to make in this role? I think that clarity alone will make everything more efficient and more thoughtful all at the same time.
Yeah, ditto to what both of you guys said. And I think, you know, for me, I guess to add a third point here, it's really about like beginning with the end in mind. So if we go back and we think about how we all defined as what we define as a human first hiring process, Amber talked about making sure that everybody's, you know, got an opportunity to be considered. Eric talked about being able to talk to everybody. So I think we're all pretty well aligned here that it's about giving candidates a fair shot, and being able to understand they're fit for a role and all the things that, you know, resumes have a hard time saying right now. So if we begin with the end in mind, we can work our way backwards and think about, okay, well, what's preventing us from doing that? And that allows us to really analyze where our bottlenecks are, what changes we might need to make to our process, what tools we might need to use. So I would say start with the end in mind and work back from there.
Excellent. Yeah. And, you know, I speak to thank you so much, Josh, and everyone. And I speak to a fair number of recruiters, and I will typically hear, yeah, I'd love to do that, but we're recruiting a ton right now. I don't have time to do that. And leveraging AI a little bit, you know, think about when you're saying that to yourself or you're saying that to somebody, and that's like, those are the times where you could say, oh, well, if I use AI, then I can create capacity to launch a candidate survey after the experience and review the results and see where we can improve the process. So there's a lot of great things you could do there as well. All right. I want to thank everyone so much. As always, great panel, great conversation. Everyone, please connect with us on LinkedIn. We love to make connections with everyone who listens, so don't hesitate to reach out. Have a great and safe rest of the week, everyone, and hopefully see you at the next event.
Thanks, Amber.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.
Thank you, Adam, Josh, Eric, and Amber. It was such an amazing and fun panel. And people, please do reach out to all the speakers as you see it and require for any questions or follow-ups, or if you do want something to be worked on. And I again thank our sponsors, Spark Hire, iSpring, for sponsoring this summit and making this possible. As we conclude today's sessions, we turn towards readiness, ensuring HR teams themselves are equipped to lead this transformation. So while we get into our final session, which is the HR capability for digital enablement, I would love to introduce my old friend, Main, to moderate this panel.
Hello, Sneha. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. And it's so good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been quite some time.
Yes, it has been. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session at HR Tech, AI, and Digital Transformation Summit. This session is going to be about HR capability for digital enablement and strengthening HR readiness to lead technology-driven change. We have an amazing lineup, and so let's invite them to the screen. Hello, Alicia. Hi,
Hello.
Marjorie. Hi. How are you all doing?
Fine,
Very
thanks.
good.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Where are you joining from, Liz? And in the audience, if you can also share in the comments where you're joining from to see that diversity around the globe.
Absolutely. From Madrid. So I'm at the end of the day.
Okay. Well, I'm like almost 10 p.m. here, so I'm later than you.
I'm joining from Berlin, Germany, so also at around 7:40.
At the afternoon. Yes.
Okay. Rika, can you hear us?
I don't think so.
I don't think that she's hearing us. Let's try again. Rika, can you hear us? It's probably a problem. Okay. And Dr. Ogby is, I think, missing. We are still waiting. Okay, Rika cannot hear us. Let me just put this on chat. Okay, and in the meantime, let's see who we have in the audience. Toronto, Nigeria, Costa Rica, Washington, Maryland, New Jersey, Ottawa, New York City, Sweden. It's great to see people joining from Europe. Usually we have it like a dominance from the United States. Even now our panel is Europe dominated. It's so great to see. And we have yes, another panelist.
Who is that? Introduce the panelist.
Yes, she always likes to steal the storm. So
Oh, we have Joanna from Berlin as well. Nice.
Ah, yes, we have someone else from Berlin. I was actually in Berlin last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Hi, Rika. Can you hear us?
Hi. Sorry, I
Okay,
couldn't hear
perfect.
you for a while, but anyway, now I think
No
it's
worries.
fine.
We have you. Okay, so where are you joining from?
I'm joining from the UK. I'm in Sussex, on the south side of London.
Okay.
Full Europe.
So yes, all Europe, continent Europe. Okay, that's
Nice.
great. And everyone's in cold weather. We don't have anyone in warm weather right now.
Enjoying the sun. No.
No. It's really cold in Istanbul too. Okay. I think we can, Dr. Ogby, I don't know if he's going to be able to join us. Anyway, let's kick off our conversation. And I would like to start with Alicia. So we have been experiencing the AI transformation and the company is adapting to the change. So if, as a CHRO, like when we look at this transformation, it's usually like what we see is like automating. So when they talk about AI transformation, AI adapting to AI, we usually see it's like only the automation of the tasks.
Yeah.
But if we are talking about really like, AI changing the whole processes, what should be the first steps? What do you suggest?
Yeah, well, I've been attending the previous session for a while, and there are some key points to bring here. But I think that if I were a CHRO or I were advising a CHRO, this is a very big question. I mean, deciding to create an AI capability, it's a complex and big project. But I think that it's a matter of understanding the strategic and the tactical side of the transformation, okay? So the real question that the SHRO should be asking is, where can we use AI? So which decisions inside HR we need to do better? And why? Because what is very common to see is that the first decision should be let's automate as fast as possible. And this is what you are mentioning. So it's the way of we are looking at the AI in practice today. So we can generate job description faster or summarize feedback or screening CVs. And that saves time, but it doesn't fundamentally change how organizations make decisions. So transformation really starts when you look at the quality of the decisions for those wherever critical functions for the long term in the company, the workforce, strategic workforce planning or succession or internal mobility or retention risk. The question is, are we still relying on fragmented data and intuition? And if the answer is yes, that's where AI should come in. Because, well, I think it's a change of mindset, moving from process optimization, what it is what we typically do when facing transformations, to decision design, which is different. And now there is pragmatic part, a tactical part on the question to be solved by the CHRO is you need to anchor your AI capabilities to specific business outcomes. Otherwise, it can become a tech experiment, let me say it in that way. So in an organization that I was to collaborate with years ago, in fact, instead of saying, I want AI in nature, they decided to focus on a very specific business outcome and problem, which is a regrettable attrition for critical roles. So they use AI to identify patterns, engagement through the engagement data, career path, and compensation positioning. And it worked very well. And the real impact wasn't the model itself. It was that managers changed the way they had talent conversations. They moved from reactive discussions to proactive action. So for me, the shift is do not deploy AI to make HR faster. Deploy AI to make talent or whoever other decisions, critical decisions for your function, more intelligent and more consistent. And if you get that right, AI becomes a part of the organization, of how the organization thinks, not just how HR works. So I think that is overall the challenge around how to be prepared to face AI capability and approach for the company.
This is an amazing point because usually, people think that, okay, we're going to save time when we use AI, but they're compromising on, let's say, culture, the communication. So in the long term, it does not benefit the company or the culture or the employees, but it really hurts the processes overall. So I think that was a very good point to highlight. So speed is not always the best solution. And
no, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not. Yeah. It's more related to the quality of the decisions, the consistency of the decisions. Of course, a strong governance and change management is required, but basically means change the way of looking at the AI and stop thinking on HR as fast operational doer. So it's the change of mindset.
Mm-hmm. So let's move to Manjuri, because you are working in a cross-cultural global company. And when it comes to different time zones, different geographies, then there comes another complexity. And let alone what you're going through when we talk about technology and AI, but it brings, hi, Dr. Rugby.
Hello.
Hello, great to see you.
Nice to see you. Sorry it was late.
Traffic. No worries. So what is one HR capability that's non-negotiable when you are just navigating through these waves of change?
Actually, that's a very interesting question, and yeah, I guess we are tackling with all these challenges, different time zones, different pace of movement as well. We just heard from Alicia as well on this, the whole topic of speed. There's a lot of pressure, and every company is number one looking at getting to be the first one. Every function is under pressure on how much AI can you implement, how many team members are actually using AI, etc. But what I'll draw from Alicia is taking that step back. And sometimes what is really important at the moment with so much chaos going on is creating clarity. And one of the key things that we need to create clarity on, and that's where the HR capability comes into play a lot, is the functional aspect of org design, creating clarity on roles, on job descriptions. Today we have part of our, even if I'm, as a head of HR for global go-to-market function, when AI steps into the different work and profiles and processes, number one point to remember is you cannot just bolt AI on broken processes, because then it doesn't work. It's fun to have and boast about 3 tools that you've added, but if you add something on a process which is broken, which is not functioning, it won't work with 7 luxurious tools as such. So that's one, going back to the basics, seeing what good looks like, and then ensuring you lay down the process first and then kind of add in AI. And this is where the whole org design also comes into play, because with the coming in of AI in these processes, the job and work tasks will change. So what were the repeatable and admin tasks that you automate? What are the decisions that you can augment with those data points, or maybe even agents in the flow, but you still have the human making that decision in the end? So number one, creating that clarity so that we again don't further create chaos in the processes. The second one that I see is a lot about, and again, this would sound that we are repeating the same things, but it's also doubling down on change management. Change management would become an orchestration. This is where an HR leader literally needs to pick up all the change management theory, be it Levin's theory or others, and then kind of bring in and see what works for your complexity, what works for your organization, but ensure that this is driven not just top down, but all through the different levels in the organization as well. And we have different maturity in the company. Look towards the managers. I think that's the part of the organization we tend to really neglect, but this is the multiplying force. This is where we'll need to enhance the capability of our managers to make those decisions, to start leading teams where you have not just human beings, but also agents coming into play. How do you orchestrate in those situations? How do you hold who accountable? Imagine if there's a mistake, who's accountable for that decision, right? So all these questions will come into play, and this is going to be very messy in the next 5 to 10 years, even before we get any kind of clarity. It's going to be very noisy for the next 2-3 years. And our job as HR leaders is to cut through that chaos and cut through the noise and bring people back from the, oh my God, exciting situation. All right, fine. Let's just come back. Let's get excited, but let's come back to the ground and lay those foundations as well.
This was so much fun listening to you. The agents are coming and this is for real, and they are coming. So as a leader, when I am giving keynotes or like doing workshops, this is like about the leadership skills. I tell them, you better be a good leader of agents and how to balance, that, and really like creating those processes in a way that human decision is going to be the ultimate at the end. So I mean, I think we should not be forgetting about it, and also like what works for you, because it's not like one size fits all. It's really important like to do that, like bearing in mind each company has a different spice, soul, values, and culture. So to take all those into consideration when going through the change.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dr. Agbe, where are you joining from? I see that because we've been like talking about the weather and the cold weather, saying that no one is in warm weather. When I see you in a shirt, in a tropical shirt, you just like, bring the summer breeze. Where are you joining from?
I'm joining from Dakar, Senegal.
Okay. And should be really nice out there.
Yes, it's nice. It's not very warm yet, but it's cool and nice. Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you are our nice weather person to bring that nice weather to the
Yes.
panel.
Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, so I would like to ask some like human perspective to the change. What do you see as the most common human reaction to these AI-driven changes that HR leaders usually overlook? Because we sometimes, the leaders, sometimes just like forget that this is a fundamental change, and there are sometimes like human reactions, and they're just like overlooking it. How should HR build the capability to address this, like proactively, rather than, the time comes and it's just like, the people are freaked out and it's like it becomes like a reactive solution to what they're going through? Dr. Rugby?
Oh, was that for me?
Yes, yes.
I didn't think it was a follow-up question after talking to me. So HR has a big role to play in terms of driving in terms of change management. We are the change drivers in the organization, and we are there to ensure that whenever there is a new evolution, a new wind blowing across the organization, we put up our hearts as a change drivers to ensure that the change is accepted positively, because it's coming to bring in improve processes and also make things better and more efficient for the workforce, and also bring a fresh perspective, because they say change is constant, right? So they must be willing to accept change. We must be willing to break down any levels of resistance from employees or from any departments or wherever it comes from, because we have to look at things collectively to ensure that it's coming for the better good of the organization and for the employees also, to avoid automative work, repetitive work. At the end of the day, it may have also the negative side, because some jobs may be lost because of automation. But on a global scale, it's out to make things better, make things simpler, and also move agile with the current times in front of us.
Thank you for that perspective. Is my video frozen? Or is it fine?
Not
I think it's
now,
not just
but
you,
you are
Mina.
close sometimes.
In
Yeah.
between, it just loses
Okay.
off and then video freezes.
Okay, perfect. So let's move to the next one. And when we are talking, Enrica, this is for you. When we are talking about the human side of this and like the leadership qualities, what do you think are some of the top qualities that the HR professionals need to drive the technology change? What are those characteristics, skills, capabilities that they need to have?
So following on a bit from what Ogbe was saying, it's that we are already driving change. So we should be good at driving change, and driving technology change and even AI isn't that different, in my opinion. So some of the key capabilities are that you need to understand the technology that you want to implement, whether it's AI or another type of technology, another system in the organization. So you need to understand the technology well enough so that you can talk about it with credibility. But I think what sometimes stops HR professionals from driving technology change is that we think, oh, but I'm not a tech expert, so this isn't my place. But it is your place, because we, if anyone, we should know the organization and we should know the people. So whatever kind of change it is our place to drive that. So it's understanding how people respond to change. It's knowing your teams and it's knowing the business, so that you can link up the two and communicate the business benefits of the change, but also the individual benefits to each employee that you are interacting with. So it's those kind of understanding enough about the technology, being able to communicate it, but then knowing people, which is what we already do day to day, and that's our bread and butter. So I don't actually think technology change is that different. And that's kind of what we have to get over in our heads.
This is really important because, like, when you were mentioning that, that they are kind of like intimidated by change, and because like they say, I'm not tech savvy, how am I going to deal with this? What they don't see is that this is like a process change, and any change is challenging, by the way. I mean, no
Exactly.
matter what the change is. So it's about like, how to navigate through that change. So there's also one comment from the audience. Eleni just said AI still makes mistakes, so speed alone isn't the goal. HR needs clarity, accurate data, solid processes before introducing automation. If workflows are broken, AI will only amplify the gaps, which is 100% true. Strengthening HR's readiness to lead technology-driven change means building clean, reliable systems so automations actually work and support fair decisions. This is really great, and I cannot agree more. So one question, and this is for all of you. So we talked about, like, that the feeling uneasy, intimidated by the technology, by the change. So how do you think we can increase the HR teams, or in general, the confidence to lead this technology change?
Well, I think let me start by, but this is it's a question very common when implementing not only AI capabilities, also when you want to transform your organization using any other technology. So the change management side of the question, and let me repeat it because it's extremely important and is what can make any transformation fail, requires first a clear reason why at company level, a clear governance and ownership, and a clear change management strategy. It won't be possible to get the people engaged if the people do not know what are the outcomes expected and the reason why the company is taking this decision. So from my perspective, the transparency into communication is very, very critical. Involve the people into the design stages is also a powerful tool, because think that most of the transformation ends up in the operational side of the business. So the HR should be operated. So the people involved are people that can provide us with the best insights on what are we doing now and understanding the gap with the current versus the future state. But this requires transparency, clarity on the reasons why is very important. If you start a transformation project and you say, hey, we are going to implement, Workday or SAP or whatever the technology, and our organization will be better, this won't work. A technology plugged never produce the transformation. I mean, this requires a lot of clarity. This requires understanding your starting point, your readiness situation, and do exactly what is required to be done based on your company in the change management side. I think is the more strategic decision to be taken, how your change strategy will be.
Mm-hmm. So I took some notes like clarity, transparency, and involving them so that they feel engaged and part of the change, rather than it's like having a top-down decision. Manjuri, do you want to add anything else?
Sure. I mean, great points from Alicia. Adding a couple of things, I think one would be we fear, and to Rika's point earlier, we fear what we don't know much about, or we think that we don't know much about. So that's the first play at hand. So, for example, it's interesting that a lot of HR folks think that this is technology heavy, but the fun part of AI is this is where the functional experts actually get to be in the driver's seat, because you don't even need to know how to code. And that's the best part, because everything which was boring is kind of getting automated for you in the back end. So start ensuring that if it's your own team, how do you get them hands-on with fun activities, probably a hackathon, or get them some free licenses to certain tools, and ask them to work through very short processes, etc. So they can get hands-on and they can really learn from this, and how you really don't need to know how to code, you don't need to know different frameworks, etc. You need to know what's that end point and end goal, and you can just build something up and lovable, etc. on your own. So that's one. Take the fear out from people. There's another fear, because unfortunately we do hear a lot of noise in the industry, in the market, where a lot of companies are attributing their layoffs to AI coming into play, which is not 100% true. I'm not naming names here, but I think all of us have seen the news this week, last week as well. And this company that is laying 4,000 people off, it's not just AI. It is not as simple as that. There is a valuation push which is happening in the market by a lot of organizations. There are wrong growth prospects that a lot of finance teams have taken. There's a readjustment, recalibration happening. It's not all AI. So that's another clarity to be created by leadership, that we're not just going to go blind and lay people off because of that. That's a very basic fear that HR and TA teams have, that the moment AI is spoken about, I'm going to lose my job. I think that's very important to ensure. And the third is leaders being vulnerable. We have to be honest. We have to start telling people that we don't know this. Nobody knows this. The interesting part, even there's I was listening to a TED talk, and that person shared that there's a kind of a symbol on, or a plaque on Sam Altman's desk, which says that even he doesn't know everything. So if he doesn't know everything, then we don't know everything. So we haven't even figured this out. So we have to start being vulnerable to our teams and to our organizations, that hey, we are still figuring this out. We're all in this kind of together. So it's not that we have some kind of a crystal ball that we've seen through it. And that's what not a lot of people are doing this. If you look at LinkedIn, you'll see 7 posts talking about, oh my God, I have cracked the code here. But trust me, nobody has cracked the code. And I think that's where we need to be super, super honest about things as well.
Yeah.
And by the way, isn't it so liberating when you say, no, I don't know. And I'm just like, as like, so it's like one of you. So, I mean, it puts the pressure off your shoulders, because when people look up to you, just like, so that all the answers, everything's, and once you say, no, I don't know it, and we will be just like, seeing it together, we will be going through this together, then it also creates that, support, the camaraderie, and just like, puts that, the pressure off your shoulder. I think is so liberating to express this as a leader. And Rika, coming to you, what would you add? And because sometimes HR is also like falling short, and we see those times. So what is it that they are falling short, and what is that they can do to fill those gaps?
Do you mean in terms of adopting the technology and building their confidence? Yeah. So the one thing I was going to add was that being early adopters ourselves, like a bit like Manjuri, what you were talking about. So in the HR team, exploring what AI can do for us or other technologies, and that we know this technology well, and we are the early adopters. As users, we can be expert users. We don't have to be tech experts. And then the other thing, where going back to the point, Alicia, you made earlier about understanding the business case for AI, and not just everyone. There's almost this sense that we have to jump on this bandwagon, like you have to implement AI in everything or you're going to be left behind. But we can challenge that panic a little bit as well and say, okay, so bringing in that critical thinking there, like, okay, what are the use cases for our business where we should be using it? Or what are the use cases for our HR team where AI genuinely adds value and increases our productivity, and where maybe it doesn't? So, we can try it, and we can say, well, actually, it takes me longer to edit the AI's work on here than to do it myself. So it isn't like now we all have to use AI for everything and do it as quickly as possible. So HR can also bring in some of that critical thinking and challenging AI's limitations as well, which can help the whole company, get over a little bit of this panic that has been created around AI.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Alicia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to ask you all if you had the opportunity to read the recent news that Accenture is about to link this year promotions to the use of AI. So, which is very aggressive. I don't know how they are going to manage it. For sure, it's a company where I work for in the past, and the people will have a lot of resources and support. But this means that some companies are expecting some kind of acceleration, but doing the things massively. So if you are feeling panic, no matter, do it. This is the message. So use massively AI, because the results will be linked to your promotion, which is absolutely different that we are typically here in this space. So I think I agree with all the approaches, and I think that there is a more organized way of engaging the team and supporting those roles that are panicking with the use of AI and so on. But there are other ways of looking at the challenge, and some companies decide to do it more aggressively. And I can't say that this way will work worse than the other. Not sure. Let's see. But there are other ways of looking at the challenge of AI, which is slightly different than the challenge from other technologies.
Yeah, absolutely. And
One
Alicia,
thing.
just to add to maybe that point. Sorry, Mina, just to
No,
add there.
no. Please go on.
It's interesting because I've worked with Accenture myself, and loads of years ago. My God, I sound old. But the one thing that I followed with them was they took over Udacity, and Udacity had nano programs for AI.
Yeah.
What Accenture has done, and company wide, even with 700,000 people, they have enabled their workforce. They've literally invested in training, investment programs, and different layers in consulting. They've invested more in technology. They've invested more, etc. The challenge is, like you're saying, when you read this news, and my fear is a lot of organizations are going to start following suit without this enablement. They have not, most of companies, especially startups and scale ups, have not invested in this enablement. And they'll just say, oh my God, Accenture is doing that. We should start linking our performance here as well. So that without that foundation, without that prep that Accenture has gone into, they started this even when Accenture Song started their AI wing. And they've been really heavily investing in this. So if you have invested and then taking a step, it makes sense. But if you haven't given your employees the chance to upskill, then it doesn't make sense. And that's my fear. The copycats will start here.
Yeah. I agree.
And what bothers me is that they are using this as an excuse, or it's kind of like, yeah, they are going to lay off people, and just blaming AI for that, and just using that as a cover. And that's what really bothers me. So it's not only AI, it's about as you said, if you have put everything in place, did the math, the processes, just offer them the opportunity to upskill themselves, and yet this is the change, that's okay. But and usually they're also supporting, they're doing outplacement, services, they're providing that, offering that support, because they've already planned all those ahead. But if not, it's only using it as an excuse. Dr. Agbe,
Yes.
what do you want to add on top of this? Shall I repeat it?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so what do you want to add on top of this? What can be done and to fill that gap that because the automation and the AI change, but sometimes HR teams are falling short and they cannot just keep up with that. So what would you recommend them to take place to just make sure that they are filling that gap?
Yeah, we need to ensure that our staff are well equipped. I love professional development, because professional development is priceless. We need to ensure that our staff are well equipped with the right tools, ready to face the changes that are coming. Because if this doesn't happen, then they remain inefficient, and they are not ready to tackle the changes that are coming. And also, change cannot be avoided. So we need to ensure staff readiness. We need to ensure that they are ready to accept the changes that are coming, by equipping them with the right skills and the right knowledge, and also having them in the right place at the right time.
Okay, thank you. So, as we are coming towards the end of our panel, I would like to ask you, how's your experience, your observational? What has worked really well in your observation on the HR side? Through the what was the one thing, or you can just name several that has really worked well in terms of efficiency, in terms of productivity? I mean, you name it, in a positive way. Alicia?
Yeah, well, I think that it's demonstrated that AI capabilities can produce very good results and outcomes for the business when used and implemented into strategic workforce planning, and when use AI capabilities to move the organization from competencies from to a skills. The skills-based organization is something difficult, and AI can help a lot. These are the spaces where AI can do more. And then in the hard side of the business, there are a lot of AI capabilities that can help optimize a lot payroll operations as well. So, my experience, these are the three domains where AI can produce better results.
Great, thank you. And Jury?
Yeah. So in my own experience from my previous organization where I actually led the AI transformation of talent, a couple of things which stood out. Number one was availability and adoption in talent acquisition was the widest, and even earlier than 2020, we were piloting tools for scheduling based on machine learning and interviewing, note taking, which led to not just reduction in the time to hire, but also reduction, increase in candidate experience, interviewer experience, etc. So those were real places where we saw the efficiency and effectiveness. The second area which I've seen at scale is coaching. It helps. I mean, there are different kinds of tools available in the market, whether you buy something and then customize it, or you can also build something on your own. We have an example within Miro. We've designed something with it's a gem, and what we've done is we've tried to add some frameworks into it, so managers can get very specific Miro specific responses as it and any time of the day when you were talking about time zones, etc. Right. So I think coaching at scale, that is for managers, for frontline managers, that's something where we've seen a lot of effectiveness as well from using AI. There are other automations which using Zapier we've created on simple things on onboarding, on exit processes, etc. Those used to be manual, so it takes away a lot of manual activity, repeatable tasks, etc. Or as I call them, the boring part of the job. And they can be done real time without somebody needing to be awake and checking and so on and so forth. So you can connect those Zapier connections with Slack and other HRIS tools, and those have also really worked pretty well across.
That makes the communication easier too, when you say that, we are going to take away everything that's boring under your role and AI is going to do it. So you'll do everything that you enjoy. I think that's a perfect way of putting that.
Yeah, that's a good claim. It's a good claim. Yes.
Rika, what is your experience about what worked really well with AI adoption?
So I'll add a couple of things to that. So one simple task is training design, like if you're designing training outlines, creating those with AI, and then obviously putting in the interesting and engaging bits in there, but creating a starting point for yourself. And then a couple of obvious ones like creating job descriptions and competency frameworks. Again, AI can really speed up that process, although you need to work on it to make them meaningful and not this AI slop. But those are the kind of common activities where I think they can really make HR teams easily more productive. A couple of examples where I've seen AI doesn't work so well yet is analyzing qualitative data. So that's actually where I think there's a big opportunity, but that's where AI needs a lot of training to do that well. So it doesn't do it well off the box. And yeah, I'll leave it there so that we leave some time for Ogbe.
So there should be a combination of AI and human intelligence.
Yeah, all
so
of these things that I've mentioned for sure. Yeah.
Dr. Ogbe?
Yes, with regards to AI adoption from an HR perspective, for me, it has really changed the status quo. It has challenged the status quo by simplifying our processes with regards to how we send emails, how we communicate with our co-workers, also how we do presentations. What used to take so much time to do, you can just have AI do it for you in a couple of minutes by giving the inputs, but of course still having the sense in it and able to explain it in a simplified visual manner. Also, AI has really helped to streamline our HR processes from, as Marjorie said, from onboarding to right off to offboarding, performance management, payroll, just whole lots of processes which used to be manually done. But now with AI, we have all this simplified, but still, there still needs to be the sanity check that needs to be done. Very important, because regardless of the fact that AI simplifies a lot of things and with its adoption, we as HR professionals still need to do our sanity checks from time to time, because AI is not always right.
Yeah.
That's where the human touch comes into perspective to ensure that everything is in order, because if not, you allow AI to do everything for you, and at times you can find little errors here and there. So that human touch always takes center stage, despite the fact that we have AI adoption is simplifying our HR processes.
Exactly. Okay, so let's have one quick round, really quick. And what is your advice? What is something that you would advise an HR leader to do and to stop doing if they were to succeed with their AI adoption in the next 12 months? Alicia.
Well, I think that my advice is to think on the long-term requirements for the company and stop thinking on the HR speed topic. So think on the company, do not think too much on the HR operations.
Perfect. Marjorie?
Stop doing would be something around stop launching programs which are disconnected. I think we are pros at this just because we think it should happen. We never check with the customer, but it can really cost us our credibility. Even in this AI age, we should be careful and not launch weird disconnected programs just for the sake of it.
Can't agree more. Rika?
I'll build on that. So the most impactful thing is to work with the rest of the leaders in the business and agree 1 or 2 initiatives that you are going to drive together as a team, and that you are going to equip all your teams to use AI on, whatever that might be. And that's something that has also a business impact. So then all of the teams can be learning together, and we as HR can support that. We can facilitate that learning organization-wide, but in a way that also has business impact. And then that makes it very meaningful to all the teams.
Thank you. And Dr. Agbe?
Yes, I will still talk on the human touch, always remain human, regardless of the adoption of AI. Yes, use AI, but don't overuse it. Have your limits and rely more on human touch.
I think that was a common point of our conversation. Don't forget the human touch. Just have a combination of all, and just not rush things and compromise on culture or employee engagement. Thank you, everyone. This was a great start to day 1. And to all of you who joined us today, who contributed to our conversation, please stay tuned because we have 2 more days in the summit. And take care, everyone. Bye.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye. Thank you.
And with that, we come to the close of today's sessions at the HR Tech, AI and Digital Transformation Summit. I would love to extend a heartfelt thanks to all our incredible moderators, generous speakers, and of course, our amazing global hacking HR community. Thank you for staying with us until now, for engaging in the chat and for sharing your reflections and for being part of such amazing conversations. Please do join the rest of the summit days, which is tomorrow and the later day. Create your accounts on Hacking HR Lab to access your credits and Credly badge, and subscribe to the premium to achieve more benefits. And digital transformation in HR is not only a one-day conversation, as we all know it. It's an ongoing journey that we need to go through. And what makes it Even more powerful is the communities like this one where ideas are exchanged and leaders learn from each other like we do. We truly appreciate your time and your energy today. We'll be back tomorrow with amazing panels and powerful discussions. So we look forward to seeing all of you then again. Until then, thank you all for being part of the Hacking HR. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.